Chapter 48-46. What are you doing? Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance when he saw him trying to destroy the invitation. In my eyes, the most suitable person to be the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is you. No one else is qualified. Even if the Eternal Emperor is extremely powerful, it's still the same. He doesn't have the righteousness of the world and doesn't deserve to be the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But there's no need to destroy the invitation. Since the Eternal Emperor has chosen to send out the Eternal Invitation, there's no need for you to destroy the invitation. Just go and participate. I'll go too. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I was still thinking about how to gather the powerhouses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, the Eternal Emperor's Eternal Life Invitation has helped me a lot. You also know that the 9 great forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all have enmity with the Golden Heavens. Many emperors were even killed by us. However, the 9 great forces' territories are very large. It's hard to guarantee that no powerhouses will appear and become the new emperors. As long as they're willing to join forces to deal with Lotus Flower, I can write off all the past grudges with them. The Eternal Emperor's influence was great. In Ling Xiao's opinion, even the Golden Heavens would have to give him face. Perhaps his main body couldn't go. However, he could send a clone. At that time, it could be said that all the top powerhouses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be destroyed, and the alliance leader would be elected. Ling Xiao naturally had to participate in such a grand event. I think Sovereign Ling Xiao is right. This is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. The Fire Emperor thought for a moment and said, hearing their words, the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance nodded and put away the invitation. The time is in 10 days, and the journey will take at least 3 days. I have to go back and make preparations. Goodbye, leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and left. The matter of the chaotic sand sea had come to an end. A powerful formation had also been set up at the border of the Golden Heavens. The moment Emperor Lian Hua made a move, Ling Xiao would be the first to know. Of course, he believed that Lotus Flower would not dare to touch the Golden Sky region. At the very least, as long as Ling Xiao was in control of Lotus Flower's sovereign physique, Lotus Flower wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He was a smart man, and he wouldn't joke about his sovereign physique. However, it was hard to guarantee that the Netherworld demonic lord, Golden Cauldron, and the others would not secretly make a move. Therefore, it was definitely not wrong to be on guard. After bidding farewell to his friends in the chaotic desert, Ling Xiao and the Flame Emperor returned to the City of Gold. Along the way, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but ask, Emperor Ling Xiao, are you really planning to use the Emperor physique and the Lotus Flower to exchange for the Devil Flood Dragon's soul? How could this be? Ling Xiao shook his head. Are we going to abandon the demonic Flood Dragon? The Flame Emperor frowned. Impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head again. I only said that to stall for time. At the very least, before the Lotus Flower obtains the Emperor physique, he won't make a move on the demonic Flood Dragon. As for my choice, don't you understand? I'm going to cut that bastard into 8 pieces. He actually dares to threaten me with my friend's soul. Who does he think I, Ling Xiao, am? If that's the case, you must count me in. The Flame Emperor said excitedly, that bastard should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Ling Xiao smiled and stepped into the teleportation array. Although there were many troubles ahead, Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. In this world, strength was always the most important thing. As long as you had enough strength, you could solve any problem. Whether it was the Lotus Flower or the Eternal Emperor, they would all be trampled under his feet. When they returned to the City of Gold, the cultivators of the City of Gold held a grand, welcoming ceremony. Once again, Ling Xiao had written a thick and colorful stroke in his own emperor's record. He had destroyed the lotus flower's plot and delayed the recovery of the lotus flower for a long time, although the calamity would come sooner or later. But the more time passed, the more prepared they would be, although many cultivators were anxious when they first learned about the undead calamity. But after a long time, they found that there was no way to avoid it. Instead, they calmed down. If they waited for death, the only result would be death. But if they fought with their lives on the line, they might have a chance to survive. The Flame Emperor went to rest, and Ling Xiao entered the great Emperor Palace alone. He wanted to tell Huang Jindi about what happened outside in detail. After all, Huang Jindi was a senior and would think more comprehensively than him. Perhaps he could give him some advice. After briefly explaining the matter, Huang Jindi's face suddenly became ugly. What I was worried about finally happened. Now that you've revealed the fact that you possess that guy's sovereign emperor physique, it will definitely cause that guy to focus all his hatred on you. Why do you have to do this? Huang Jindi sighed and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Unless the lotus flower personally makes a move, they won't be able to kill me. And if I didn't say this, I'm afraid Mo Jiao would have been killed. Senior Bai Yi, you should be able to understand my thoughts, right? You did the right thing." Bai Yi smiled and said, "If a person can watch his friends get killed, then I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. Then I'll have to doubt his determination to protect the 4 regions and 9 realms. If he isn't even willing to protect his friends, what does the 4 regions and 9 realms have to do with him?" Senior Bai Yi, thank you for your understanding. Ling Xiao smiled. This might be the reason why he and Bai Yi could talk so well. The two people's views were very similar. Since you already have a judgment about Mo Jiao, I won't say anything more. Next, let's talk about the hero invitation. At this point, Bai Yi sneered and said, "This eternal Emperor Lord is still as selfish as before. He isn't willing to rescue the chaotic sand ocean, but he wants to use this opportunity to become the alliance master of the 4 regions and 9 realms. If he succeeds, I'm afraid the 4 regions and 9 realms will really be destroyed. Therefore, we can't let him succeed in this matter. No matter who becomes the alliance master, it can't be the eternal emperor. I think it won't be easy for him to become the alliance master, right? Let's not talk about others, but at the very least, the Holy Lord of Heaven and the Dragon Shaman won't agree, right?" Ling Xiao said, "You're right." Bai Yi nodded and said, "The Holy Lord of Heaven has always wanted to become the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Although the Dragon Shaman doesn't have such thoughts, he appears and disappears unpredictably. He won't listen to anyone. If the Eternal Emperor wants to become the Alliance Master, it's meaningless if he doesn't agree. In that case, it's much simpler. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We just need to unite with the Holy Lord of Heaven and the Dragon Shaman to oppose the Eternal Emperor." Ling Xiao said, "Have you ever thought of another possibility? Perhaps the Eternal Emperor has already reached some kind of agreement with these 2 people. What if they support the Eternal Emperor to become the Alliance Master?" Bai Yi reminded, "I've considered this possibility, but it's very unlikely. And even if it exists, there's nothing to be afraid of. If I kill the Eternal Emperor, there won't be such a problem." Ling Xiao sneered. Come and read M. Chapter 48-47. Although Ling Xiao's original body didn't have the strength to fight against the Eternal Emperor, his fused body did. He might be able to kill the Eternal Emperor. It was time to avenge his father in his second life. The position of the Eternal Emperor should have belonged to the Ling family. Since this old man has already passed on the position of the sovereign to you, then everything you do represents the golden heavens. I will support you unconditionally. If there's anything I need to do, just say it. Although it's best to unite all the forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to deal with Lotus Flower. but if some people don't put in effort, they might even be restrained. It's better to deal with them as soon as possible. The chances of winning are higher. Bai Yi smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. I can spare the lives of others, but the eternal life Emperor must die. This was the only thing my father had entrusted me with before he died. I can't go back on my word. Moreover, this old dog has tried to take my life time and time again. When I was weak, I couldn't do anything to him, so I took a low-key approach. But now, it's time for revenge. Ling Xiao always believed that if he wanted to become the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, righteousness was not enough. He had to be powerful. The reason why the Eternal Invitation could gather the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was because the Eternal Emperor was strong enough. If he killed the Eternal Emperor, then the Eternal Emperor's reputation would transform into his reputation. At that time, no one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would dare to disobey. Your thinking is very clear. Although it's not the same as my plan, it's the same. In short, one sentence. You are the sovereign of the golden heavens. If you have any orders, just tell this old man. This old man's life is to be able to destroy Lotus Flower's conspiracy. As long as I can do this, I'll do anything. Bai Yi had made his stance clear. Whatever Ling Xiao wanted to do, he could do as he pleased, and he would support it. Then I won't be polite. Ling Xiao smiled. Something's really needed Bai Yi to step in. After all, Bai Yi was once the Golden Emperor, and his reputation in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was not inferior to that of the Eternal Emperor. Then, Ancestor, I'll take my leave. There are still a few days before the heroes' gathering. I want to increase my strength as much as possible. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and left the Great Emperor Palace. Although he was now a new sovereign, he didn't fight for Bai Ye's place. Instead, he built his own sovereign palace outside the Great Emperor Palace. As soon as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he saw Haim Myungkeo waiting outside. Haim Myungkeo was already a core fragmentation expert. Although he was only at the first stage of the core fragmentation realm, his progress was extremely fast. Ling Xiao was willing to pay any price to help Haim Myungkeo increase her strength. This was because Haim Myungkeo's political and leadership abilities were simply outstanding. Moreover, he was the last holy son of the sacred dynasty. He felt more at ease with such a person helping him deal with his affairs. Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Eternal Palace, is looking for you. After Haim Myungkeo saw Ling Xiao, he said in a low voice, on the surface, he was sent by the Eternal Emperor to deliver the invitation. However, according to him, he was sent by Yu Qiushui of the Eternal Palace. Yu Qiushui? Ling Xiao thought of that woman. Perhaps she was the only higher-up in the Eternal Palace who was willing to support him, and Yu Fanghua. Where is he? Ling Xiao asked. In the side hall. Haim Myungkeo said, Okay, tell anyone that without my permission, no one is to stay within 100 meters of the side hall. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After speaking, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Haim Myungkeo. What fast speed! Back then, this kid wasn't even as strong as me. How long has it been? He already has the bearing of a top powerhouse in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Haim Myungkeo sighed with emotion, then smiled and entered the Dizun Hall. Now, not only was she the chief steward of the Dizun Hall, but she was also the chief advisor of the entire Golden Sky region. Her strength might not be great, but her ability to handle matters was top-notch. In the side hall of the Dizun Hall sat a young man. He looked to be in his 20s. To be able to cultivate to the 2nd level of the divine body realm at this age, he was definitely an incredible genius. His name was Yu Hong. He was Yu Qiushui's direct disciple. He was also very close to Yu Fanghua. However, he was not related to the Yu family by blood. In fact, his real surname was Ling. Ling Hung. Ling Hung was the Ling family's bloodline. He only survived by changing his name. Like Ling Zhao's father, Ling Hung was also a fish that escaped. The Yu family did not manage to kill everyone in the Ling family. Ling Hung used to be quite disdainful of Ling Xiao. He felt that the responsibility of reviving the Ling family should be on his shoulders, not Ling Xiao. What could Ling Xiao, a mere Western region martial artist, do? But after all, they were a family, so he was very concerned. He had heard of almost all of Ling Xiao's deeds. Especially recently, Ling Xiao had become the Golden Emperor and defeated the alliance of the 9 major forces. He was completely convinced. His previous arrogance had turned into worship, and on the way here, he received another piece of news. Ling Xiao had actually destroyed the blood-red demon, He had thwarted Lotus Flower's scheme and saved tens of millions of martial artists. He was both shocked and in awe. He was about to meet Ling Xiao in person. In fact, he was still a little excited. Suddenly, he felt that someone was coming. He hurriedly stood up. He did not want Ling Xiao to think that he was disrespectful. "Are you Yu Hung?" A voice sounded. Ling Hung hurriedly looked up, but he was slightly disappointed. Ling Xiao was not as powerful as the rumors said. Although his aura was very strong, it was obvious that he was a powerful expert. His body naturally exuded a strong, domineering aura. But his aura was very weak. Aura represented a person's soul. Aura represented a person's strength. From Ling Heng's point of view, Ling Zhao's strength was too weak. He was only at the first level of the divine body realm, which was not even comparable to him. "I'm Yu Hung. Are you really the Golden Emperor Ling Xiao?" Ling Hung could not believe it. "Why? Do you find it unbelievable? Or do you think I'm not worthy?" Ling Xiao was not surprised by the other party's reaction. In fact, in his original state, he was at the first level of the divine body realm. Anyone would look down on him. "Sorry, I have to test your strength. Otherwise, it will be hard to believe that you are Ling Xiao." Ling Hung had a heavy responsibility to tell Ling Xiao what Yu Qiushui said personally. If this person was not Ling Xiao, then he could not say it. As he spoke, Ling Hung suddenly attacked. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to have any reaction. He still had a smile on his face and did not move at all. Ling Heng's suspicion grew stronger. However, he did not want to kill anyone here, so the wind from his palm suddenly weakened. He only used 10% of his power to attack Ling Xiao. "If this is your test, then aren't you taking it too lightly?" Ling Xiao chuckled. When Ling Heng's attack landed on him, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any ripples. "I told you, your strength is too weak. Use 100% of your power." Ling Xiao said again. Chapter 48:48. Ling Hung wanted to try a second attack, but he didn't have the chance anymore. Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the sharp reverse god sword was pressed against Ling Heng's neck. At that moment, Ling Heng's hair stood on end. It was too scary. Ling Xiao was only at the first level of the divine body echelon, but his speed was beyond his reach. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the power of Ling Zhao's attack could easily kill him. It didn't seem like something a first level of the divine body echelon cultivator should have. "Little brother, are you satisfied with my performance?" Ling Xiao put away his sword and asked with a smile. Ling Hung immediately went down on one knee. "I offended you, Di Zun, and I'm willing to accept the punishment. However, some things are too important, so I didn't dare to be careless." You did well. Tell me, why did you come to me?" Ling Xiao sat down and gestured for Ling Hung, to sit down as well. Ling Hung felt the pressure. He was usually a fearless person, but in front of Ling Xiao, it was as if he was in front of the Eternal Emperor. There was actually a feeling of fear and trepidation. Although Ling Xiao wasn't angry, his imposing manner still made people afraid to offend him. There are two main things. First, I'm sure Ling Xiao already knows about it. The Eternal Emperor has sent out a hero's invitation. He's gathering all the heroes in the world at the Eternal Palace for a hero's meeting. The goal is to choose the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It's better to use the resources of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to deal with the lotus flower. This is the invitation. Please take a look. Ling Hung took out the invitation and handed it to Ling Xiao. The cover of this invitation was slightly different from the one the Beast Deities Alliance leader had. Ling Xiao could feel the murderous intent hidden in it. The majestic palace was like a ferocious beast that could swallow Ling Xiao at any time. Master said that the Eternal Emperor's murderous intent is on this invitation, so it's best if you don't open it. You don't want to hurt your soul. Ling Hung reminded him. I can feel it. Ling Xiao smiled. The Eternal Heavenly Emperor doesn't think that this kind of small trick can deal with me, right? He's looking down on me, the Golden Emperor. As he spoke, Ling Xiao directly opened the invitation. At that moment, a ferocious beast pounced out of the invitation. It was incomparably ferocious as it pounced directly towards Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to want to enter his soul realm and wreak havoc. At that moment, Ling Hung was shocked. If this terrifying, illusory beast were to pounce on him, he would not be able to defend himself. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was smiling. A lotus throne appeared on his glabella, and a demonic Buddha appeared on the lotus throne. With a light grab, the pitiful phantasm beast was torn apart and dragged into Ling Xiao's soul realm. The Eternal Life Emperor gave me a generous gift. This murderous aura has increased my soul force once again. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and looked at the contents of the invitation. At this moment, Ling Hung was completely dumbfounded. He had thought about how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even the previous probing already knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. However, this scene still shocked him greatly. The murderous aura of the Eternal Heavenly Emperor was easily shattered and even absorbed by Ling Xiao. What kind of monster was this? Ling Hung was completely convinced. He was in awe. The contents of the invitation were no different from others. Only the name was different. This invitation was sent to him, Ling Xiao. Isn't he afraid that I'll make a scene after going to the Eternal Palace? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Maybe he doesn't care at all. Ling Hung said, This is the second thing I want to tell you. Master said that the power of the great emperor has exceeded your imagination. I hope you don't go. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Express my gratitude to your master, Yu Qiushui, but she should also know that I can't not go. Ling Xiao smiled and said, My goal is no longer just to propose marriage. After all, that's only my matter. As long as Yufang Hua and I love each other, it's no problem even if the wedding is delayed. My goal this time is to fight for the position of Alliance Chief. Of course, killing the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and avenging my father in this life is also a goal. Killing the Eternal Heavenly Emperor. Your idea is really bold, but I'm willing to support you because I'm also a descendant of the Ling family. This Eternal Palace originally belonged to our Ling family. Ling Hung said, Then how about this? There's still some time before the heroes' gathering, but I don't know the situation of the Eternal Palace very well. So I'll have to trouble you this time to bring me to the Eternal Palace in advance. Ling Xiao felt that only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. At present, He had not been to the Eternal Palace even once, and was extremely unfamiliar with that place. If something really happened, he would not be able to react in time. Therefore, going to the Eternal Palace in advance was definitely the right thing to do. All right, I'll promise to bring you there. The Eternal Palace is not a place that anyone can enter. It's safe to say that you'll definitely be discovered. By then, you'll be in a passive position. Ling Heng said, "Don't worry, I've already thought about this matter." Ling Xiao smiled and immediately transformed into Ling Heng's appearance. Not only was his appearance exactly the same, even his temperament was exactly the same. Oh my God, this can be passed off as the real thing. Ling Heng was dumbfounded. When the time comes, you just have to hide in my Dong Shengyenper ring and help me out. As for the rest, leave it to me. Ling Xiao said, "No problem." Ling Heng agreed. Then Ling Xiao told Supreme Emperor White Knight about his plan to leave. However, he didn't tell too many people. He planned to leave quietly. This was because it was hard to guarantee that there were no spies from the Eternal Emperor region in the City of Gold. After he left, he would announce to the public that he was cultivating in the Great Emperor Palace and would not receive any guests. No one would dare to say anything. All right, you go ahead first. In a few days, Fire Emperor, Thunder Emperor, and Flower Emperor will follow me. However, that girl hasn't come out yet. Could something have happened to her? White Knight was referring to you, Fang Hua. It's fine. Ling Xiao had left a trace of his soul in you, Fang Hua's body. He could check on you, Fang Hua's condition, at any time. He was sure that you, Fang Hua, wasn't in any danger at this moment. Moreover, her strength was improving by leaps and bounds. He estimated that it would take a few more days for her to come out. Perhaps she could make it in time for the heroes' gathering. It would be a good idea to hold the wedding at the heroes' gathering. Senior White Knight, I'll have to trouble you. If Fang Hua comes back, tell her to follow you to the Eternal Palace. I'll be waiting for you there. Ling Xiao said, "No problem. Be careful. Remember, when you're alone, try not to have any conflicts if you can. Because even I don't know how strong the Eternal Emperor is." White Knight reminded him again. Senior White Knight, thank you for your concern. I'll definitely restrain myself. Ling Xiao nodded. After that, he left the City of Gold quietly. Only he, Ling Heng, and White Knight knew about this. He didn't even inform the Fire Emperor. Chapter 48-49. The less people knew about leaving the Golden City, the safer it would be. Ling Xiao didn't want to be stopped and killed by Lotus Flower's men. He wasn't afraid. He was worried about wasting time. To reach the Eternal Emperor region from the Golden Sky region, there were two paths. One was the stupidest and most dangerous path. Only Divine Body realm experts could pass through it, and it was very troublesome. The other one was much simpler. There was a teleportation portal at the border of the Golden Sky region that led directly to the Eternal Emperor region. He just had to go there directly. However, to pass through the teleportation portal, both sides had to check. The previous Ling Xiao definitely couldn't do it. However, he was Ling Heng now, and neither side would stop him. After passing through the Eternal Emperor region's teleportation portal's guards, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. The Eternal Emperor region was huge, just like the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao's target was the Eternal Palace. It was similar to the Golden City. Naturally, there was another 3,000 sacred cities around the Eternal Palace. It was called the Eternal Ocean. Although it was called a sea, it was actually an inland lake. There were tens of thousands of islands here, and each island was a force similar to a sacred city. They were much stronger than the 3,000 sacred cities. Let's go to the Eternal Ocean first, find a place to stay, and then try to enter the Eternal Palace. We have to be careful. Although Ling Xiao's transformation is very magical, I don't know if we can pass through the Eternal Palace's check. Ling Heng suggested, "Let's do as you say." Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't want to act rashly. If the Eternal Emperor found out, then his plan to familiarize himself with the environment would fail. That was definitely not what he wanted. Ling Heng always had a dream to overthrow the Eternal Emperor's rule, to restore the Ling family's status. Even if he couldn't get the position of the emperor, he couldn't let the Ling family live in the shadows. He didn't even dare to mention his family name. That would be too tragic. Unfortunately, it was too difficult for him to do that with his ability. But now, with Ling Xiao, this kind of thing might really be possible. It was definitely not a coincidence that Ling Xiao could become the Golden Emperor and thwart Lotus Flower's conspiracy. Even so, Ling Heng did not dare to have much confidence in this matter. He could only do his best to help. After all, Ling Xiao was facing the Eternal Emperor. Only Ling Heng, who had lived under the shadow of the Eternal Emperor for a long time, knew how terrifying the Eternal Emperor was. This great emperor was not only powerful in terms of strength, but also in terms of intelligence. It was too difficult to deal with him or even kill him. As the two of them flew towards the Immortal Sea, Ling Heng also told Ling Xiao many things about the Immortal Emperor. His goal was very simple. He wanted Ling Xiao to be vigilant at all times and not dare to underestimate the enemy. Ling Xiao didn't say much and listened to everything that was said. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, he already knew how powerful the Eternal Emperor was. It wasn't the first day he found out about this. This was because he had been continuously teleported along the way. Therefore, Ling Xiao took less than an hour to reach the Immortal Sea from the Golden City. This was the magic of the teleportation formation. If he flew there directly, he would probably have to fly for 1 or 2 years. The Immortal Sea was just as Ling Heng said. It was a huge inland lake. It was no wonder people called it a sea. The lake was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. On the lake, there were islands scattered all over. They were densely packed like pearls in the lake. Every single one of them was a treasure to the Eternal Emperor domain. This was the place closest to the Immortal Palace, regardless of distance or strength. Similar to the 3,000 sacred cities, the closer the island was to the Immortal Palace, the stronger it was. There was a teleportation formation between each island. However, in order to enter the Immortal Palace, one had to reach the last island first. This was for safety reasons. Ling Xiao wasn't very interested in the environment here. Therefore, after passing through one teleportation formation after another, he finally arrived at the most powerful island among the 10,000 islands. It was a place called the Saint Island. There was a teleportation formation on the Saint Island, and it was guarded by the strongest martial artist here. It could be directly teleported to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. This is really an excellent place to cultivate. It's even better than the 3,000 sacred cities in the Golden Sky region. No wonder the Eternal Emperor region has risen so quickly. Ling Xiao stood on the Saint Island and felt the rich spiritual qi in the air. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the martial Tao paradise formed by the surrounding environment. The cultivation conditions in the Immortal Palace are better than here. Ling Heng smiled and said, "However, Sovereign Ling Xiao, you don't seem to be here to cultivate, right? With your strength, cultivating in the Golden City or the Immortal Palace is more or less the same, right?" "That's true." Ling Xiao smiled and looked in the direction of the Immortal Palace. In this life, he already knew about the existence of the Immortal Palace from the moment he was born. After experiencing so many things, he finally arrived at the place of his dreams. "Sovereign Ling Xiao, you can rest here." I need to talk to Master. I'll think of a way to get you into the immortal palace. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in touch with the core people in the immortal ocean, let alone understand the situation in the immortal palace. Ling Hung came out of the Dongsheng Emperor ring and said to Ling Xiao, "Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded. "This place is very secluded, and it's unlikely that anyone will come here. Sovereign, you can cultivate in peace. I'll take my leave." Ling Hung turned and left after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao didn't have the intention to cultivate. This was because his cultivation was inseparable from his battles. Just sitting there wasn't much meaning to him. Just as he was thinking about where to find some opponents, suddenly a terrifying roar came from afar. Ling Xiao looked in that direction thoughtfully. It was actually the immortal ocean. It was at least a few hundred miles away from the island. The immortal ocean's gravity was very strong. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the second level of the divine body realm, one would have to use a tool to cross a few hundred miles. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to fly that far. Of course, this was for ordinary martial artists. To Ling Xiao, this bit of distance was really nothing. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and he was already on the surface of the sea. To be honest, he didn't completely trust Ling Hung. He didn't completely trust Yu Qiushui either. Therefore, he still had to be on his guard when it was necessary. As the saying went, one shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. On the sea surface a few hundred miles away, an overturned boat seemed to have been shattered by something. It was sinking. Fortunately, it was a wooden boat, so some of the fragments floated on the sea surface. There were a few people standing on it. One of them was a girl from a rich family. She was born average-looking, but after dressing up, she could be considered a beauty. The girl didn't look too good. She was originally going out to sea to play, but who knew that she would run into trouble? And now the boat was broken. Chapter 48:50. The rich girl didn't look too good. With their strength, it was impossible for them to return to the nearest Saint Island, unless someone came to rescue them. After all, the strongest of the three was only at the first level of the divine body realm. Standing next to the girl were two men and a woman. The woman was about the same age as the girl, but there was a hint of cunning and seductiveness between her brows. The two men seemed to be guards of some sort. It was obvious from their dressing. "What are you doing?" The rich girl suddenly felt a murderous aura. She quickly turned around. She saw the seductive girl smiling coldly at her. "Z, what do you mean by this?" The rich girl's expression was ugly. This girl called Z was her father's adopted daughter. She had always been close to Z, so she didn't understand what Z was trying to do. "You still don't understand? I've had enough of living under your halo. Usually, whatever father has, I give it to you first. Even the man I like is going to marry you. Why? Because I'm just an adopted daughter?" Z sneered and said, "The heavens really have eyes. They actually let your ship crash here. If you die within a few hundred miles, no one will know within a few hundred miles." Z, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Father saved you and adopted you. Perhaps he treats me better because I'm his biological daughter after all. But touch your conscience and ask yourself, have we done anything wrong to you? When you were bullied when you were young, I was always the one who protected you. I didn't expect to raise an ingrate. The rich girl was very shocked. She didn't expect the woman called Z to treat her like this. She took a deep breath and said to the two guards, "Capture her alive. We'll deal with her when we get back." However, after saying that, the rich girl realized that something was wrong. The two guards walked to Z's side and stood still. They looked at the rich girl mockingly. A mocking smile appeared on Z's face. "Sister, Just accept your fate. Both of them are my people. Your people have been killed one by one on the way, so you don't have any chance. Ha! If you die, I'll be father's only daughter left. At that time, I will marry brother Yuehua. Everyone knew that Wang Quan Tianming was the #1 genius of the Everlasting Palace. However, that only applied to young geniuses under the age of 50. The true genius of the Eternal Life Palace was still brother Yuehua. He was the one who would inherit the Eternal Life Emperor's position. He's my man, not yours. Zi smiled proudly and waved her hand. You too, be gentle with my sister. Rumor had it that she possessed the bloodline of the eternal gods. Who knows, you might even be able to obtain great benefits by marrying him. After he was done, he would kill him cleanly. I never want to see her again. Yes, the two guards revealed treacherous smiles as they looked at the rich girl. They had been bodyguards for decades and had secretly fantasized about this young miss of the two family many times. He only had the heart, but not the guts. But today, in the wilderness, no matter what they did, no one would know. The two of them walked towards the rich girl with a sinister smile. There were still a lot of debris on the surface of the water, so it didn't affect their ability to float on the water. The rich girl's face was pale as she kept retreating. Her cultivation was only at the first level of the divine body realm. She was no match for these two guards. She probably couldn't even defeat one of them, let alone two now. If my father finds out, none of you will live. Even your families will be slaughtered. Haha, sister, don't scare people there. I know my father's temper better than you. He does love you dearly. If he finds out about this, he won't let us go. However, as long as you're dead, there will be no evidence. How will he find out? Sister, don't forget that you snuck out this time and encountered some danger on the way and got killed. It's too normal, like being killed by Lotus Flower's undead clan or being killed by that Ling Xiao. Hearing Aziz's words, the rich girl's expression became more and more unpleasant. She knew very well that what Aziz said was true. If she died today, she would be trampled on here. No one would know. Zi was very good at pleasing people. Her father, Tu Hong Tian, trusted Zi a lot. Who is it? Just as the rich girl fell into despair, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man. He stood in the air above the water and looked at them calmly. What are you looking at? This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. One of the guards shouted sternly. Don't let him go, in case he leaks the news. Zi, this woman really had a heart of snakes and scorpions. The two guards didn't think of killing him, but she did. Yes, two guards blocked Ling Xiao's path from two different directions. They didn't want Ling Xiao to escape. Although the Eternal Ocean's gravity was very strong, it was no problem for a divine body realm martial artist to stay in the air for a short period of time. He's actually a divine body realm martial artist. Is he also from the Eternal Palace? If that's the case, he deserves to be killed. The strongest martial artist in the Eternal Ocean was only at the divine body realm first level. Ling Xiao looked so young and had reached such a cultivation level. Naturally, it was more likely that he was from the Eternal Palace. As for people from the outside world, they really didn't think about it. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao was stunned. Actually, he didn't see anything. Although he heard some things that he shouldn't have, he deserved to die just like that. These people were really ruthless. However, he could understand. After doing something shameful, they didn't want others to know. Since they found someone who might leak the news, it was better to kill him as insurance. The two guards slowly approached Ling Xiao. They didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, they were all at the divine body realm first level. The only thing they could rely On was their advantage in numbers. 2 against 1, they could at least win. Who asked you to listen to things that you shouldn't have? Don't blame us if you die. You can only blame your bad luck for barging in here. Or are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Z sneered. It's a pity that you won't be the hero. Sigh, I was just here to watch the show. I didn't expect this to happen. But since you want to kill me, don't blame me. Ling Xiao didn't have to make a move for that rich girl. However, if others wanted to kill him, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Ha ha ha, with just you? What can you do? Hurry up and kill him. If he can find this place, there's no guarantee that others won't. After killing him, we'll use our boat to bring the young lady to a more secretive place. This Azi had already prepared everything. Even the sinking of the boat was planned by her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill all the guards around the young lady. Come and read M. Chapter 48:51. Yes, the 2 guards suddenly sped up and pounced on Ling Xiao at almost the same time. They released the powerful aura of the divine body realm from their bodies. One of them activated his palm and attacked from a distance. The other held a sharp sword and stabbed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them in disdain. The ignorant were truly fearless. With his current strength, he could easily kill a martial artist in the 2nd level of the divine body realm, even if it was just his original body. If he used the tyrant sky possession, even a martial artist in the 3rd level of the divine body realm would not be his match. These 2 were only in the 1st level of the divine body realm, but they really dared to attack. Boom! Clang! The attacks of the 2 guards all landed on Ling Xiao. However, it was as if they had hit a shield made of obsidian. Not only did they not cause any damage, but they also rebounded with the impact of the collision. Furthermore, the rebounding force shook them to the point that their qi and blood were in turmoil. It was extremely uncomfortable. You guys should just die. I still have important things to do. I don't want to die like this. Ling Xiao suddenly attacked, and both of his palms struck toward the 2 guards on his left and right. The violent palm energy hit the 2 guards. In an instant, the bodies of the 2 guards were blasted apart. Blood rained down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Z revealed a terrified expression. She had been cultivating diligently all these years, and she had also cultivated an evil technique that could absorb other people's power. Therefore, her cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the divine body realm. However, she had been hiding it and did not show it because she did not want others to be wary of her. Those stinky men thought that she was easy to bully when they saw that she was only in the half-step divine body realm on the surface. In the end, they all fell for it. The terrified expression on her face was naturally faked. Even if Ling Xiao could kill the 2 guards in an instant, she was not afraid. She did not think that a young man who was not even 20 years old would have the ability to crush a 3rd level of the divine body realm, unless it was that monster Ling Xiao. However, how could Ling Xiao be in the Eternal Sea right now? Sir, if you can help me capture Azi, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The rich girl found a chance to live, so she shouted loudly. No one wanted to die, and she was no exception. The reason why she didn't ask for help just now was because she didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to save her. But things were different now. Ling Xiao had easily killed the 2 guards in front of her, so she naturally had confidence in Ling Xiao. Young hero. Z looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't know who you are, but I'm afraid you don't know the identity of this woman, the daughter of the Eternal Life Palace's Tu family. That's right, she's the daughter of one of the 4 great kings of the Eternal Emperor region, Tu Hong Tian. Of course, this was not the key point. Most importantly, The blood of the eternal god race flowed through her veins. Then your path of martial arts will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Your Excellency doesn't have any friendship with her, so why risk your life for her? Why don't you just take her and kill her to end it all? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. His luck was really good to meet the daughter of one of the 4 great kings of the Eternal Emperor region, Tu Hong Tian. To be honest, although this woman wasn't the best, she was at least 70 to 80%. Moreover, she had the blood of the eternal god race. There were indeed many benefits to having her. The woman called Z wasn't lying. However, although Ling Xiao wasn't a kind person, he had a bottom line when doing things. In any case, he would never do such an inhumane thing. Moreover, the so-called eternal god race was just a martial artist from the eternal country. Their blood wasn't noble. It wasn't worth his attention. The beast god bloodline and divine dragon bloodline in his body were of a much higher grade than this. The rich girl's heart was filled with panic. She knew very well how tempting Aziz's words were. If Ling Xiao really wanted to do that, she couldn't do anything. She could only pray that her luck wasn't that bad. Please help me. I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The rich girl could only plead like this. At the very least, she still had a powerful father and a powerful family. She still had the ability to pay Ling Xiao. She also hoped that the young man in front of her wasn't the kind of person who was lustful. That way, she still had a chance of survival. Young hero, I can give you all the benefits she gave you. I'm Tu Hongtian's adopted daughter. If you let me go today, you can not only get this beauty. Zi's conditions were obviously better than the rich girl's. The rich girl's face instantly turned pale. Z, you're so vicious. Vicious? Haha, this is just the norm in the mystic world. Z smiled faintly and said, You can only blame yourself for being too naive and stupid. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I have to say, Miss Z's words really moved me. As he spoke, he slowly descended. Standing between Z and the rich girl, he looked at the rich girl. The rich girl was completely desperate. She even closed her eyes, because she knew that she was hopeless. Young hero, you're indeed a sensible person. Then I'll leave her to you. I'll kill her after you're done, she said with a smile. However, there was a hint of insidiousness in her smile. Above her hands, a powerful attack was already brewing. However, just as her smile gradually covered her face, suddenly, Ling Xiao turned around and attacked her. At that moment, she was obviously a little stunned. She subconsciously threw out her palms. The wind from her palms was soft but full of destructive power. Boom! The wind from her palms collided with Ling Xiao's fist. Both of them took a few steps back. What are you doing? She said with a cold expression. She originally thought that everything was going according to her plan. Everything was as she had expected. However, the sudden change made it difficult for her to accept. What am I doing? Don't you understand? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Do you think you can hide your little scheme from me? You're just waiting for me to have fun and suddenly kill me, right? Although you hid your cultivation level, you completely exposed it in the fight just now. 3rd level of the divine body realm. Not bad. However, you're really careful. Even with your cultivation level, you don't dare to fight me directly. Instead, you're trying to sneak up on me. Humph, since you already know, then go to hell. Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Z didn't waste any more time. She directly attacked Ling Xiao. Just now, it was a sneak attack, so she didn't use her full strength. The more strength she used, the easier it was to be discovered. However, now that it had become a head-on battle, it didn't matter how much strength she used. Her palms turned into a pink gust of wind. It was actually emitting a seductive aura. This caused the rich girl to become confused. Ling Xiao also felt that a secret technique that targeted the soul was trying to affect him. If his soul wasn't so strong, he would probably have fallen for it. This woman named Azi is really scary. Not only was she not weak, but her seduction technique was also really powerful. Chapter 48:52. Zi was very powerful. Unfortunately, she met Ling Xiao. She was destined to be unlucky. Kill! A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. His figure suddenly pounced forward, and at the same time, he punched out with both fists. An emperor's power was released from his body. The charming aura seemed to be frightened by the domineering emperor's power, and it started to flee. Zi obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao's combat strength to be so fierce. The violent fist force combined with the domineering emperor's power seemed to be able to penetrate the eternal sea. Retreat! Zi didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao head-on. She had always been a cautious person. To put it bluntly, she was timid. However, in the next moment, she realized the seriousness of the situation, because no matter how she retreated, it seemed to be in vain. The distance between Ling Xiao and her was still getting closer and closer. She seemed to be walking on the spot. Who exactly are you? You're obviously at the first level of the divine body realm. How can you have such terrifying speed and attack power? Zi asked in shock. Of course, when she spoke, her hands weren't idle. She prepared her strongest attack and blasted it out. She wanted to block Ling Xiao's attack. The powerful palm wind sent the lake water flying, creating waves that were more than 10 meters high. At this moment, a fist as big as a mountain had already passed through the huge wave and was heading straight for her body. Not only was this fist powerful, but it also had the domineering aura of an emperor. It was so heavy that she almost couldn't breathe. It was as if her entire body was squeezed into a very small space. She started to feel a little scared. She was already an expert at the third level of the divine body realm. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be an opponent who could defeat her in the Eternal Sea. Even in the Eternal Palace, martial artists at this age weren't so powerful. Even Wang Quan and Tian Ming couldn't do it. Young hero, please spare my life. I'm willing to give you everything, including my body. Zi suddenly understood how powerful this opponent was. She shouted in horror. Of course, while begging for mercy, she didn't give up resisting. Palm winds continued to land on the mountain-like fist in an attempt to block it. Unfortunately, it was useless. The terrifying fists continued to press down on her body. She felt as if her bones were about to be crushed. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. The surrounding space was also creaking as if it was being torn apart by this terrifying power. You can't kill me. I am Tu Hongtian's daughter. You can't kill me. Since pleading didn't work, she could only threaten him. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eyelid. His attack continued. Boom! The terrifying fist hit Zi and sent her sprawling on the surface of the lake, sinking into the water. She felt as though she could no longer breathe. Blood was seeping out of his internal organs. His head gradually lost consciousness. He was in a daze and felt as if he was about to die. No, please don't kill me. Zi was still begging for help, but Ling Xiao's expression was as cold as ever. In the face of such a person who attempted to assassinate him, he would definitely kill the other party before giving up. Finally, Zi's body shattered under the surface of the lake. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. The aura of life was completely erased. Even the filthy soul was torn apart. Ling Xiao didn't use too many abilities. He simply used the emperor's fist to crush the other party. In the end, This Aussie was still too weak. Although her cultivation had reached the third level of the divine physique realm, most of her power was absorbed through evil techniques. Her foundation was very unstable. She was also seriously lacking in combat experience. Ling Xiao could even say that even Ancestor Scarlet Flame, who was at the first level of the divine physique realm, could defeat this fellow. Although it wouldn't be that easy. Thank you for saving my life, hero. My name is Tu Yao. The rich girl hurriedly reported her name because she felt that if she didn't take the initiative, she really didn't know what Ling Xiao would do to her. It's good to know that I saved your life. My name is Yuan Venerate. Don't forget the benefits you promised me before. Ling Xiao used his master's name as a pseudonym. After all, in this black tortoise continent, his name Ling Xiao was more famous than Yuan Venerate. Of course I won't forget, but I still have to trouble you to bring me to Saint Island. Only then will I have a way to return to the Eternal Palace. Tu Yao said, That's easy. Ling Xiao said, It's just that I'm not a martial artist of the Eternal Palace, so I'm afraid I can't enter. If you don't want to pay me when you go back, then I can't do anything to you. You can go back with me. With me around, no one will make things difficult for you. Tu Yao said, That's good. Ling Xiao was originally thinking of a way to sneak into the Eternal Palace. This was great. With Tu Yao, it was too convenient. After saying that, he carried Tu Yao on his back and flew in the direction of Saint Island. Tu Yao's face was slightly red. Obviously, she wasn't used to it, but she didn't say anything. When the two of them arrived at Saint Island, they directly went through the portal to the Eternal Palace. Sure enough, with Tu Yao around, even the martial artists guarding the portal didn't dare to make a sound. Ling Xiao laughed inwardly. He didn't waste his energy saving the damsel in distress this time. At the same time, what he didn't know was that there was a conversation going on in the Eternal Palace. Ling Heng was kneeling there with bruises all over his body. Sitting on top of him was Yu Hua, the son of the Eternal Emperor. He was 60 years old this year and was much stronger than Wang Quan and Tian Ming. It could be said that he was the crown prince of the Eternal Palace. Speak, where is that Ling Xiao? Yu Hua said coldly, You think your little trick can hide from the Eternal Emperor's eyes and ears? What a joke. I don't know. You might as well kill me. Although Ling Heng's cultivation had been crippled, he still gritted his teeth and didn't reveal Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already left that place and disappeared from the Eternal Emperor's eyes with another identity. If he knew, he wouldn't have to do this. At this time, a cultivator hurried in and said to Yu Hua, Crown Prince Yu Hua, someone saw Ling Xiao on Saint Island. Where is he? Yu Hua asked. It's at the reef beach to the east of Saint Island. Yu Hua replied. Hearing this, Ling Hong fainted. He had underestimated Ling Xiao too much. This time, he had harmed Ling Xiao. Throw this traitor into the death cell. I want him to die with Ling Xiao. Yu Hua sneered and led a few people towards Saint Reaching Island. At this time, Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on here. He had already stepped into the Eternal Palace with Tu Yao. Who is that kid? He's so lucky to have hooked up with the Tu family's daughter. The guards naturally recognized Tu Yao, but they didn't recognize Ling Xiao, who had changed his appearance. Lucky? I think he's courting death. He knows that Tu Yao and Crown Prince Yu Hua are engaged. How dare he flirt with Tu Yao? He's courting death. Another guard said, Chapter 48:53. Do you still have any proper business? I think that guy is just a guard. Why is there so much gossip? The captain of the guards shouted. If this kind of private conversation didn't spread out, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if this news were to reach the ears of some people, they would probably lose their heads. So, they had to be careful. The Tu family was one of the 4 major families in the Eternal Palace, after the Yu family, and the Wang family was the Tu family. Those who dared to gossip about them were either stupid or the real enemy. We're here. Our house is in front. Tu Yao saw the magnificent buildings of the Tu family. Her originally timid expression instantly changed back to noble and cold. Previously, she was worried that Ling Xiao would be dishonest and have improper thoughts about her. But here, back home, she didn't have to worry anymore. In the Eternal Palace, other than the Eternal Emperor, the 4 supreme martial artists were the most ostentatious. Who dared to bully her? They didn't want their lives anymore. Ling Xiao felt the change in this woman, but he smiled secretly. If he really wanted to do something to this woman, so what if he was in Tu Hongtian's residence? He could still do whatever he wanted. The Tu family was indeed one of the 4 major families in the Eternal Palace. The magnificent buildings were close to 10,000 acres. If an outsider came in, he wouldn't even be able to find his way. Moreover, the entire family was wrapped in a huge array. Not only could this array provide protection, but it also had the effect of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This allowed the ancient martial art practitioners who lived in the family to breathe better than outside. When they just entered the house, many people scurried over. They reckoned that when they entered the Eternal Palace, someone had already informed the Tu family. This group of people knelt on the ground with guilt on their faces. They were even panicking. Greetings to eldest miss. Get up. Tu Yao. Glanced at the people in front of her, then waved her hand and said. Everyone got up and made way for Tu Yao. Tu Yao walked over. Ling Xiao followed behind. Those ancient martial art practitioners then noticed Ling Xiao's existence and took a second look. But Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. His current status and strength could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Although the Tu family's ancient martial art practitioners were very strong, in his eyes, they were just SOSO. Those people did not say anything. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had come back with Tu Yao. He was definitely Tu Yao's guest. They definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Everyone just followed behind and soon arrived in front of a building. There were many young martial artists cultivating here. Seeing that Tu Yao had returned, they all stopped cultivating and hurried over to please her. Yao, you really scared the patriarch this time. Fortunately, you returned safely. Otherwise, the patriarch would be sad. A handsome young man dressed in black walked over and said, this person was probably in his 50s. His cultivation was around the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. At this age, he was already considered a powerhouse. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he might have been afraid of him. But now, Ling Xiao didn't put these people in his eyes. He had killed quite a few rulers. Another young man said, why don't I see Miss, see? Tu Yao's face immediately darkened when she heard this name. Shut up. Don't ever mention this slut's name again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They thought that Tu Yao must have encountered something unhappy outside, and it had something to do with Zi. Otherwise, she would not be so angry. All right, I'm going to see father. You guys should continue cultivating. Tu Yao was obviously in a bad mood. After all, she was still a little afraid of what had happened. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, she really didn't know what the consequences would have been. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Yuan Venerate, you can't go in rashly. I have to report this to father. You can rest here first. This is the Tu family's martial arts practice ground. You have to bear with it. She was especially grateful to Ling Xiao when she thought about the previous crisis. Therefore, her attitude towards Ling Xiao was quite good. This made the martialists who were cultivating couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ling Xiao. It was as if they wanted to take a closer look at the person who had followed Miss Yao back and see what was so special about him. Tu Yao had the bloodline of the eternal god tribe. So many people wanted to marry her. Although it seemed like the Prime Emperor's crown prince, Yuehua, was ahead of them. However, many people didn't dare to provoke Yuehua and could only hold back. Now that they saw Ling Xiao and Tu Yao being so close, they were a little unhappy. Ling Xiao's cultivation base wasn't weak. He was actually at the first-level divine physique echelon. He was definitely considered a genius among the young martialists under the age of 50. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was handsome, and there was a domineering aura between his brows that was not angry. This kind of person was very dangerous. He could easily abduct their Miss Yao. "May I know which family you are from?" "I am Chuemo," the young man in black said with a smile. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of contempt and hostility behind his smile. Although it wasn't very strong, Ling Xiao could clearly feel it. It should be because of Tu Yao. Ling Xiao snickered to himself. He had no interest in the Tu family's daughter. He was already taken. Yu Fanghua was much better than Tu Yao, in terms of appearance, status, and strength. He is called Yuan Venerate. Could he be from the Yuan family of the Eternal Ocean's Sage Island? The other person guessed. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. He hadn't expected the Eternal Emperor domain to have a Yuan family, although it was the Yuan family of the Sage Island and not the Yuan family of the Eternal Palace. There were too many coincidences in this world. Impossible. The Yuan family head of the Sage Island is only at the first-level divine physique echelon. Chuemo shook his head and said, "Brother, you are right. I am just a wandering martial artist and not a member of the Yuan family of the Sage Island." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Impossible. How could a wandering martial artist be qualified to travel with our miss?" The disdain in Chumo's eyes deepened. Moreover, his tone wasn't as friendly as before. "Whether I am qualified or not is up to your miss, not you." Ling Xiao said indifferently. These people were really interesting. They were so aggressive, as if they were interrogating a criminal. This made him very unhappy. How arrogant! Who cares if he is a martial artist from the Yuan family of the Sage Island? How dare he seduce our miss? He is courting death. A cold roar came from the crowd, following which Ling Xiao saw a young man dressed in white charging towards him with a sharp sword in his hand. The young man looked to be in his 40s, and his cultivation was only at the first-level divine physique echelon. The sword in his hand wasn't ordinary either. It was an emperor weapon with a dragon pattern. If an ordinary person saw this, they would be scared out of their wits. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Chapter 48-54. Ling Xiao already had 3 emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. What was a mere emperor weapon with a dragon pattern? It was not worth mentioning at all. Sword chi filled the air. Although the young man did not intend to kill Ling Xiao, this strike was enough to seriously injure him. The rest of the people did not stop him at all. They all watched as if they were watching a show. Ling Xiao's face instantly darkened. No matter what, he was still a guest of the Tu family. These people did not have any scruples at all and directly attacked him. It was obvious that they did not take him seriously at all. He saw the sword light falling like a waterfall. The sky was filled with white light. A cold look appeared in his eyes. But in the end, he still held it in. This was the Tu family. His goal was to sneak into the Eternal Palace to find out about the terrain and other information. If he attacked here, it would not be very good. So he gritted his teeth. He chose to dodge. With a slight movement of his feet, he had already moved a few meters to the side. He just happened to avoid the terrifying sword chi. The sword chi fell and cut a huge gully in the ground. The young man in white saw that his sword had missed, and his face turned cold. With a shake of his wrist, he waved his long sword again. It turned into a silver sword light and enveloped Ling Xiao. He did not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. "Sir, you and I have no grudges. Aren't you a bit too overbearing to be so aggressive?" Ling Xiao planned to endure, but the other party was pushing his luck. This made the light in his eyes even colder. It even exuded a terrifying killing intent. "No grudges, that's right. So I won't kill you. I will only cripple you and destroy your face. Do you think you are worthy of getting close to Miss Yao?" The young man in white laughed coldly. The sword light in the sky did not stop. It was obvious that he would not stop until he crippled Ling Xiao today. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not plan to dodge. A terrifying aura exploded. The vigorous power of the emperor actually manifested the phantom of a venerable sovereign. He did not use his sword because he was afraid of being recognized. However, he didn't care about the venerable emperor's phantom because he had never used it outside. Generally, they would choose the sovereign physique. But now he was still in his original state, and the phantom of the venerable emperor appeared like a martial soul. What a powerful willpower! This scene caused those martial artists to reveal astonished expressions one after another. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't much, but his willpower was terrifying. "So what if you have a strong will? I'll still cripple you." The white-clothed youth sneered. Although the sword light had slowed down a little because of Ling Xiao's imposing manner, it was still very powerful. But in the end, it still crashed down unstoppably. It was like a rain of sword chi. At the same time, the young man in white also released his martial soul. It wasn't a special martial soul. It was the sword martial spirit. However, this sword was a little strange. The starlight on it was brightly colored, as if it was formed by countless starlight. The starlight sword spirit is one of the most suitable martial spirits for sword cultivators. Furthermore, this martial soul can increase the power of large-scale attacks to a terrifying degree. The rest of the people looked at the young man in white with admiration. Even though he had the ability to defeat opponents of the same cultivation level as him, he still released his martial soul in order to ensure victory. He fought with all his strength. This idea of not underestimating the enemy was still worth learning. In their opinion, the young man in white could even defeat a second-level divine, physique echelon martial artist with his martial soul. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't be the young man in white's match. "Looks like you really want to cripple me. But let me tell you, I'm your young mistress's savior. If you kill me, the two clans' reputation won't be good." Ling Xiao circulated his divine origin and prepared to counterattack. He said coldly. The young man in white laughed maniacally. He looked at Ling Xiao and said with disdain, "How sad. You've seen how the young mistress is in trouble. Do you think you can still survive? If I kill you, who will know that you saved the young mistress? If you're from the Yuan clan on Saint Island, maybe we'll still give you some dignity. But you're not, so you can only be crippled. If you dare to talk nonsense, you'll die." Hearing this, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. This Tu clan was really shameless. Originally, he thought that these people were targeting him because of jealousy. But now, after hearing this person's words, he suddenly understood. No matter what Ling Xiao did, he must have seen Tu Yao Er's miserable state. Tu Yao Er was about to become crown Prince Yuehua's bride. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be known to anyone. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Their crippling of Ling Xiao was nothing but a hypocritical trick. Could a cripple with no cultivation walk out of the eternal life palace alive? After coming to this conclusion, Ling Zhao's previous thoughts of holding back disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they were repaying kindness with enmity and wanted to kill you. Would you still hold back? While the two of them were fighting, Tu Yao had already met her father, Tu Hongtian. Tu Hongtian had been cultivating at home these days, in order to prepare for the heroes gathering in 10 days. Yao, what happened? Who is that young man called Yuan Venerate? Tu Hongtian's voice was cold, even to his own daughter. Tu Yao recounted what had happened on the Eternal Life Sea in detail. Then she added, Yuan Venerate saved me. I hope that father will give him sufficient compensation. Our two family won't go back on our word, right? Of course not. Tu Hongtian sighed and said, I didn't expect Zi to be such a venomous woman with the heart of a snake and scorpion. But how do you know that Yuan Venerate isn't with her? Maybe they are just having an internal conflict, that Yuan Venerate wants to take all the benefits for himself. Tu Yao was stunned for a moment before saying, Father, no matter what, he saved me and didn't take advantage of me. It's only right to give him some benefits. Of course. June, give that Yuan Venerate 2 pieces of supreme-grade spirit stones, and let him leave. Tu Hongtian shouted towards the outside. A middle-aged man walked in. He also looked to be in his 60s. Tu Jun, Tu Hongtian's eldest son. Although his aptitude wasn't great, he had already reached the 3rd level of the divine body realm after cultivating for so many years. Naturally, he wasn't weak. Yes, father. Tu Jun nodded, left the hall, and headed to the training ground. When he arrived at the training ground, the young man in white was about to attack. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. Why are you so slow? Tu Jun frowned, but he still stopped the young man in white. This little brother, Yuan Venerate, is a guest of the Tu family. Don't be rude. The young man in white frowned and hurriedly withdrew his attack. After all, he still had to listen to Tu Jun. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. You actually escaped a calamity. However, you'd better get out of the Eternal Life Palace immediately. Otherwise, if I see you again, you won't be so lucky anymore. The young man in white sneered and put away his martial soul and weapon. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He threw a palm strike and crippled the young man in white. Chapter 48, 55. Is it because I'm lucky? I really don't think so. Looking at the white-clothed youth who had fallen to the ground and had his cultivation crippled, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. Remember, in the future, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Cripple them whenever you want. Stop whenever you want. Does this world belong to your family? At this moment, Tu Yao also walked over. When she saw this scene, she was immediately stunned. This youth called Yuan Venerate was actually so bold. Although he had suffered some grievances in the Tu family, he had not suffered any harm. How dare he retaliate now? This was the Eternal Life Palace's Tu family. Ling Xiao did not care about the stunned expressions of the crowd. He looked at Tu Yao, and said, You'd better control this bunch of dogs from the Tu family. Their strength is not much, but they only want to bite people. All right, where is my reward? He had not expected the Tu family to shed tears of gratitude for him. After what had happened, it was even more impossible. After so many things had happened, he was no longer that naive. Reward? You actually want a reward after injuring the Tu family's people. I don't know if you are stupid or conceited. Before Tu Yao could say anything, Tu Jun sneered. Young master, this person dared to cripple our people. He must be crippled. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. After recovering from the shock, they naturally prepared to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Enough. No matter what, he did save me. Let him leave. Tu Yao said faintly. At the moment, she displayed the indifference and arrogance of a person in a superior position. Did you hear that? Get lost. Tu Jun shouted sternly. Tu Hong Tian had said that it was best not to let this youth die in the Tu family, as it would be bad for the Tu family's reputation. However, after he left, he would not be allowed to live. Get lost. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. I'm not a dog that you've raised that can come and go as you please. If I don't get my reward today, I won't leave. Ling Xiao said faintly, You are really stubborn. Forget it. These 2 supreme-grade spirit stones are for you. Leave the Tu family quickly. Don't push your luck. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Tu Jun threw out 2 top-grade spirit stones. Falling at Ling Zhao's feet, he felt like he was chasing away a beggar. 2 supreme-grade spirit stones might be very precious to an ordinary warrior. After all, it was equivalent to 20 million high-grade spirit stones. But to Ling Xiao, it was really nothing. It seemed like he was really being treated as a beggar. Ling Xiao didn't pick up the 2 top-grade spirit stones. Instead, he looked at Tu Yao, and said, The things you promised before. Are you going to renege on your debt now? Or do you think I don't have the ability to ask for it? You can't be so shameless. Brat, as a martial artist, shouldn't you be helping others? You actually took the initiative to ask for repayment. What a despicable person. That black-clothed warrior, Hui Mo, said disdainfully. That's right. Saving people is supposed to be a good thing, but he actually asked for benefits. He's really not a good person. Another person said. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to those people. Instead, he stared at Tu Yao, and said, I asked you a question. It was to fulfill a promise, or to renege on your debt. Your decision will affect the future of the Tu family. Don't doubt what I said. Tu Yao, was intimidated by Ling Zhao's aura. She was a little scared, but thinking that this was the Tu family, she mustered up her courage. She said, At that time, I was forced to ask you for help. Your actions are purely profiting from a burning house. I can't give you those things. You crippled our people today. Letting you walk out of the Tu family alive is already repaying your kindness. What a shameless bitch. You and that Azi are really sisters. Both of you are equally shameless. Ling Xiao mocked. Shut up. If you insult my sister again, don't blame me for being impolite. Tu Jun's face suddenly turned ugly. Ling Xiao could scold those 2 family disciples, but he couldn't insult Tu Yao, After all, Tu Yao, was about to become Yuehua Crown Prince's woman. Her reputation couldn't be ruined. Haha, I insulted her? Isn't she asking for it? After promising someone something, he turned around and flatly denied it. Cough, cough. Fortunately, I have the evidence in black and white. Otherwise, I would have been wronged. Bitch, listen carefully. I will let everyone in the Eternal Life Palace see this thing. Let's see what kind of ungrateful person the Tu family's daughter is. Ling Xiao never believed that these big families would keep their promises, so he naturally had to have a backup plan. Tu Yao, left behind the evidence in black and white, as well as her soul imprint. No one could fake it. Brother, Tu Yao, looked at Tu Jun with a pleading expression. She definitely didn't want that. If her reputation was ruined, even if she married Yuehua, she wouldn't be able to become the legal wife. Then she would suffer a great loss. Don't worry, Yao. I won't let him have his way. Tu Jun's eyes were cold and murderous. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the evidence, and I can give you a few more supreme-grade spirit stones. What? Now you're threatening me? Ling Xiao mocked. I'll say something you don't like to hear. Since I dared to take this out, I'm not afraid of you falling out with me. Now you only have one chance, and that is to obediently give me the reward I deserve. Otherwise, you'll soon hear such rumors in the Eternal Palace. You're courting death. Tu Jun suddenly attacked. In order to ensure that Ling Xiao kept the evidence, he didn't intend to show mercy. When this palm came, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Rumbling sounds came from heaven and earth. Looks like you don't care about that bitch Tu Yao or his reputation. In that case, don't regret it. We'll meet again someday. Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. He instantly disappeared from the spot. Although Tu Jun's attack was powerful, it wasn't fast enough. By the time he hit where Ling Xiao was standing, it was already too late. He looked at the empty spot. Tu Jun knew that things were a little troublesome. Even if Tu Yao or his reputation was ruined, it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Tu family. But the taste of being slapped in the face didn't feel good either. Young Master Jun, you can't let that person escape. This kind of person, relying on small favors, dares to talk big. How hateful. You can't let him escape. In the crowd, Chu Mo said with righteous indignation, "That's right, this matter isn't over. If that shameless bastard really gets his way, then I'm afraid Yao or his reputation will be ruined. A little rascal dares to be so bold. We can't let him get away." Tu Jun's face was cold. Now, immediately use all the power you can to find that kid and stop him from doing whatever he wants. If possible, kill him and shut him up forever. Yes, the thousands of people who had been cultivating in the martial arts arena all left. These were the young experts of the Tu family, all less than 100 years old. Now that Tu Yao had been wronged, how could they just stand by and watch? Chapter 48:56. The Tu family didn't dare to make a big deal out of this, so they couldn't let the Tu family's 100,000 disciples search together. However, they could still search for 1,000 people. "Brother, why don't we give him what he wants? Actually, his request isn't too much." Tu Yao was a little worried. After all, this matter concerned her future. "Yao, don't worry. He can't escape. What's more, that person looked like a greedy guy. Even if you give him what he wants, he'll want more. I've seen a lot of people like him. What's more, didn't he try to do something bad to you? Even if it's just a thought, I'll make him pay the price. Otherwise, how can we show off the Tu family's strength?" Tu Jun patted Tu Yao's back and comforted her. Ling Xiao left the Tu family's gate and found a quiet place. Seeing martial artists rushing out of the Tu family's residence, he couldn't help but sneer. "Tu Hong Tian, oh, Tu Hong Tian, you're really a stingy man. You think you've got me, so you don't care?" A cold light flashed in his eyes. He quietly disappeared into the darkness. Among the 1,000 martial artists, the strongest one was Chu Mo, who was in the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The rest were basically martial artists in the 1st or 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. They were nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao planned to lure these people together and make the Eternal Palace lively. It could be considered as adding fuel to the fire of the upcoming Heroes Conference. Next, Ling Xiao wandered around the Eternal Palace. He roughly understood the situation of the Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace was like a huge city. The real core was the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Arch and some of the Eternal Thearcha's background lived there like the Golden Guards. Near the Eternal Tower were the residences of the 4 supreme martial artists. The Tu family was in the east. There was a big square in front of the Eternal Tower. If something big happened in the Eternal Palace, it would be announced in this square. There was a huge spirit crystal wall there. This thing was maintained by a formation and could broadcast images. All the martial artists in the Eternal Palace could see it. After all, martial artists had better eyesight than ordinary people. At this time, many martial artists had gathered in the square to chat. Normally, Everyone would come here to pay their respects to the immortal tower and also to interact with each other. There were even many martial artists who would come here to learn from each other. However, at this moment, the originally dim spirit crystal wall suddenly lit up. It attracted everyone's attention. This included the dozens of two family disciples who had chased after Ling Xiao. Tu Yao, was saved by someone. Therefore, I swore to the Eternal Emperor that if this person escorted me back to the Tu family, I would reward him greatly. The rewards are as follows. I will never go back on my word. Someone even read out the words that were displayed on the screen. What's going on? Many people didn't understand what was going on. There's someone there. A cry of surprise came from the crowd as they saw a person standing on the spirit crystal wall. This person was naturally Ling Xiao. Everyone, I am the one who saved Tu Yao. But Tu Yao went back on her words and refused to avenge me. The Tu clan wants to kill me to silence me. I had no other choice, so I published the contents of the agreement. Everyone, please be the judge. Tu Yao swore an oath to the Eternal Life Emperor. Could it be that the Eternal Life Emperor is not worth mentioning in her heart? Ling Xiao's voice contained powerful divine origin. In any case, all the martial artists within a 1-mile radius could hear him. Deceiving the crowd with your lies, die. A cold voice exploded from the crowd. Then, a figure dashed out from the crowd at an extremely fast speed. He instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. This person used a saber. The wide saber emitted a biting cold air, as if it could split the spirit crystal wall. His strength was slightly stronger than the white-clothed youth from before, but he was still at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He wasn't a threat to Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao easily dodged the opponent's attack. The heavy saber slashed the spirit crystal wall, causing the arm of the person wielding the saber to hurt. After all, the spirit crystal wall itself was made of special materials, and it was also protected by a formation. With his strength, it was impossible to destroy it. Originally, many people were still suspicious of Ling Xiao's words. But once this person attacked, everyone basically believed it. But so what if they believed? They couldn't afford to offend the Tu family. Ling Xiao also knew this, but he didn't care. What he wanted was for Tu Yao's reputation to be tarnished. These people might not care, but the Eternal Emperor cared, and Crown Prince Yuhua cared even more. That was enough. After dodging the opponent's attack, Ling Xiao smiled. The Tu family is really amazing. You dare to kill someone in front of the Eternal Tower. Is your Tu Hongtian planning to rebel? Could it be that he wants to be the Eternal Emperor too? Ling Xiao's words could be said to be heart-wrenching. Saying it out loud really made the Tu family's martial artists feel a chill in their hearts. Because the current Eternal Emperor's position was snatched from someone else's hands, they were very suspicious. They were always afraid that they would be overthrown by someone else. If Ling Xiao's words were to reach the Eternal Emperor's ears, even if the Eternal Emperor pretended not to care on the surface, he would not be able to do anything. But in his heart, he was still somewhat worried. Isn't that Chu Mo, the genius disciple of the Tu family? It seems that this young man's words are most likely true. Otherwise, the Tu clan would not have sent people to kill him. People saw Chu Mo's figure in the crowd. The one who attacked that young man is also a genius disciple of the Tu family. I have seen him before, so I can't be wrong. Furthermore, he's a member of the Tu clan. His name is Tu Gang. Something interesting is about to happen. Everyone watched the fight with interest, but did not interfere. Ling Xiao was a stranger. No one would help him. Moreover, the Tu family did not need their help. After all, Tu Hongtian one of the four great kings, had a very high reputation in the Eternal Life Palace. Tu Gang, and this quickly. Chu Mo saw that the situation had developed beyond his expectations, but since it had come to this, he had no choice but to cut the Gordian knot. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, it would be easy to deal with the aftermath. In fact, even without his command, Tu Gang attacked again. But no matter how ferocious he was, Ling Xiao was able to easily dodge his attacks like a nimble ghost. Tu Gang was exhausted, but he could not even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. He was so angry that he could die. Is it worth it? I only saw your families miss Tu Yao, or being played by two rebellious guards. I already said that I would not tell anyone, but since you are so aggressive, don't blame me. Ling Xiao added another big piece of information. Anyway, he just wanted to ruin Tu Yao's reputation. Whether it was true or not, it was the same. Most people were not interested in being ungrateful, but this kind of person was different. It was easy to arouse people's curiosity. Ling Xiao was never a good person. Others wanted to kill him. So why would he care about revenge? In any case, if he did not intervene, Tu Yao would indeed be sullied. This was also the truth. Chapter 48:57. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Tu Gang, who was attacking, suddenly froze. Miss Yao had been played, two lowly guards at that. This was something he could not accept no matter what. T. Tu Gang roared angrily. This was no small matter. Even if it was true, it could not be spread. Otherwise, it would lead to chaos. The Tu family might even suffer the wrath of Crown Prince Yuehua. After all, many people knew that Crown Prince Yuehua and Tu Yao were engaged. Haha, T. If I'm Ting, then why is the Tu family hunting me down? You must have been lusting after Miss Yao's body. What a pity that it was ruined by two lowly servants. You must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Ling Xiao was audacious and had no scruples. Since that bitch did not care about his feelings, he did not need to give her any face. Bastard, you're still spouting nonsense and tarnishing our Mrs. reputation. You're dead meat. At this moment, hundreds of Tu family warriors had gathered in the square. All of them were divine physique echelon geniuses. In their hearts, they wanted nothing more than to kill Ling Xiao immediately so that this fellow wouldn't continue spouting nonsense. You're the bastards. I sent your miss back with good intentions. I thought she was a little pitiful after being tarnished. I didn't want to talk about what happened that day, but you treated my kindness as malice. Not only did you not want to pay me, you even tried to kill me. Come on, do it quickly. If you kill me, no one in this world except your miss will know the truth of what happened that day. But I doubt if you have the strength to do so. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the two clans' ancient martial art practitioners' faces turned extremely ugly. Tu Gang, Chu Mo, and the others hesitated, not knowing what to do. Kill Ling Xiao. Wouldn't that confirm Ling Xiao's words? But if they didn't kill him, this brat was full of nonsense. Did their miss have any shame? It was really hard to stop halfway. Chu Mo, are you going to let that piece of trash continue to spout nonsense? At this moment, Tu Jun's voice was heard. It turned out that someone had already told Tu Jun. So he came with Tu Yao? Tu Yao's face was deathly pale. She had never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be so daring to actually dare to tarnish her reputation in the Eternal Life Palace. This woman was still too inexperienced. Tu Jun's face was filled with killing intent. It could be seen that if they did not kill Ling Xiao today, this matter would not be settled. He would never allow anyone to tarnish his sister's reputation and leave alive. Young master. Chu Mo and the others looked at Tu Jun. They were waiting for the Tu Jun's orders. Tu Jun looked at Ling Xiao coldly. This person is distorting the truth. Does he really think that the people of the Immortal Palace will believe him? Yao has already told me everything that happened that day in detail. According to her, it was you who used your strength to sully Yao Z, and the two guards tried their best to protect him. Only then did Yao manage to escape. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to chase me all the way to the Eternal Life Palace. Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with the two family wanting to kill you? Ling Xiao was really stunned. This person really knew how to talk. The one who did the wrong thing became the hero, while the one who saved people became the bad guy. Who was the one who was distorting the truth? You are really shameless. Now I have seen it for myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Then may I ask, young master too, how do you explain this contract written in black and white? Well, your name is not written on it. Yao was once saved by someone, so she wrote this contract. Unexpectedly, you stole it. You want to use this to deceive the warriors of the Eternal Life Palace. Aren't you looking down on the Eternal Life Palace too much? I now suspect that you are a spy sent by Lotus Flower to sow discord and cause trouble in the Eternal Life Palace. Tu Jun sneered. Amazing. Really amazing. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said, Amazing. I thought I had seen many shameless people, but seeing young Master Tu today, I know that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Your shamelessness is rarely seen in the ancient times. Although he had thought that the Tu family would think of ways to erase his life-saving grace, he did not expect that. They would actually go to this step. Sure enough, there was an old saying that these people had no bottom line at all. They could turn themselves into demons for their own benefits. He looked at Tu Yao, and said with a smile, Do you agree with your brother as well? Of course. Tu Yao gritted her teeth and said, You lecher, not only did you kill Ozzy and my guards, you even tried to defile me, but unfortunately you didn't succeed. So, you tried to defile my reputation here. But it was futile, because the eyes of the people are as clear as snow. Beautiful. Ling Xiao clapped his hands. You have successfully abandoned the trace of sympathy I had for you. Sure enough, like father, like son. Tu Hong Tian, that old dog is shameless, and so are you too. But I am worried that the heroes' gathering is about to start. If the shameless things that the Tu family did were to be exposed at the heroes' gathering, how sensational would it be? I guess the Eternal Emperor will kill all of you to protect his reputation, right? Kill him. The crowd was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. Venerable Tu has been protecting our eternal palace. Someone dared to scold him and defile Miss Tu Yao's reputation. Kill him. Sure enough, compared to Ling Xiao, who was a stranger, most people were more willing to believe in the Tu family. Although some of them had already seen through the trick and knew that what Ling Xiao said was true, but they would not say anything. They were also from the Eternal Palace, so they naturally had to stand on the side of the Eternal Palace. Moreover, they could not afford to offend the Tu family. To think that this brat actually pretended to be someone's savior. How shameless! Those people continued to scold Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao was really the heinous sinner. That's right. Does he think that the warriors of the Eternal Palace are fools? That we would believe his nonsense? What a joke! Even if you want to make up a lie, you have to make it up properly. In order to protect the dignity of the Tu family, we must kill this guy of unknown origin. Tu Jun's face revealed a faint smile after successfully provoking people's disgust for Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said through his soul, Kid, even if what you said is the truth, so what? In this world, there are no true facts because the truth is in the hands of the powerful. You could have taken the 2 top-grade spirit stones and left. Unfortunately, you were too greedy. 2 top-grade spirit stones, and you are still not satisfied. Then I'm sorry, you can only die here today. and you will die as a villain without any dignity. Ling Xiao did not choose to use his soul, but said loudly, "Why do you have to speak so sneakily? You said that I wanted to defile that slut Tu Yao, Z, and 2 other guards stopped me. You let Tu Yao, escape from my evil clutches, right?" Chapter 48:58. That's right. Tu Jun didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do, but he believed his words were flawless. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to refute him. "May I know how strong those 2 guards and Z are?" Ling Xiao asked again. "They're all at the first level of the divine body realm." "So what?" Tu Jun frowned. 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists. How long do you think they can hold me off?" Ling Xiao mocked. "You're only at the first level of the divine body realm. 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists are enough to hold you off until Yao returns to the eternal palace. It's just that your aptitude is indeed better. I'm also very surprised that you actually won against 3 of them." Tu Jun had already overestimated Ling Xiao. He thought Ling Xiao would have no problem defeating 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists with his first-level divine body realm cultivation. However, it would take a long time. Moreover, this was Ling Xiao's limit. "Is that so?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. No matter how much he said, it was not as shocking as the truth. He suddenly moved. His figure flashed and returned to his original spot. In the crowd, 3 martial artists fell to the ground. They were all 2 family martial artists at the first level of the divine body realm. "See, idiot? 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists couldn't even hold me off for a second. Do you think Tu Yao will be innocent if the truth is, as you said?" Ling Xiao mocked. At that moment, Tu Jun's face turned red. He had calculated everything except for Ling Xiao's strength. He was too strong. He killed 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists in an instant. This was a ruthless slap to his face. The indignant onlookers didn't say anything at this time. They all looked like they were dumbfounded. Tu Jun's lie was exposed so easily. This was something that they did not expect. Now, many people started to believe Ling Xiao's words were the truth. Tu Jun had shot himself in the foot. He thought that he was smart enough to distort the truth, but in the end, he had dug his own grave. "Tu Jun, you're trying in vain to incite these martial artists to destroy what I've said. It's a pity that you're too conceited and underestimated me. The truth of the matter is the opposite of what you said. It was the woman called Z who tried to kill Tu Yao, and become the crown prince of Yuehua. Moreover, he instigated the 2 guards to defile Tu Yao, I saved Tu Yao, in order to express her gratitude. Tu Yao, gave herself to him and wrote that agreement. Since the other party could lie shamelessly, why couldn't he? When dealing with scoundrels, one had to resort to scoundrels. You're lying. I only promised to give you a reward, but I didn't give myself to you. Tu Yao, suddenly shouted. As soon as she said those words, she regretted it. His excitement was equivalent to confirming Ling Xiao's words. Hee, everyone heard it, right? Even Tu Yao, let it slip. This Tu Jun was full of lies. He was the same as Tu Hong Tian. Don't be fooled by Tu Hong Tian's lies. On the surface, he protects the eternal life palace, but secretly colludes with the undead race in an attempt to overthrow the eternal life emperor's rule. Look at those 3 family martial artists. You're heartless, I'm not righteous. Ling Xiao didn't want to play tricks, but unfortunately, these people were looking for trouble. They couldn't blame him. Undead. Everyone saw that the 3 dead Tu clan warriors had turned into ugly undead spirits. Of course, all this was caused by Ling Xiao using the soul summoning sword. But how would outsiders know? as long as they could discredit the Tu family. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Tu Jun obviously didn't expect the situation to develop to this point, and there was a clear look of panic on his face. The opponents he had encountered in the past were not as shrewd as Ling Xiao. They were also not as shameless as Ling Xiao. Capture him alive and hand him over to the Eternal Life Emperor. This was the only way Tu Jun could think of. He didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao directly. If he did, many things would be difficult to explain. The spectating martial artists didn't think it was particularly troublesome. The key was that if the Eternal Life Emperor became suspicious of them, it would be troublesome. So they must capture Ling Xiao alive. Capture alive. You think too highly of yourselves. Even if you attack together, you'll be lucky if you can kill me. You still want to capture me alive? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. To tell you the truth, I'm just a first-rate martial artist from overseas. When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. I didn't want to be enemies with your Tu family, but there's too much dirty water on you. I don't even need to pour water on you. You can easily squeeze out an eternal life ocean. I advise you to deal with me, with the determination to kill me, otherwise you'll be miserable. A frog at the bottom of a well. Chu Mo sneered. To capture you alive, do we need to work together? I alone can easily capture you. As he spoke, Chu Mo released his martial spirit. This guy's martial spirit was not ordinary. It was a pair of black demon wings. It was very cool, and its power was also very terrifying. The moment the demon wings was released, the entire space was filled with a terrifying demonic aura. Chu Mo took out a black sword, which merged with the aura of the demon wings. It emitted a strong murderous aura. For Dragon Pattern's Emperor weapon, not bad. Looks like you're quite strong. Ling Xiao smiled. Chu Mo's strength was similar to the Undying King's. It was just that he was much older than the Undying King. Compared to the Undying King's Tai Sui martial spirit, the Demon Wing's martial spirit had its own merits. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Although you're quite strong, I advise you not to be impulsive. Come at me together, so I don't have to kill you one by one. Ling Xiao still had a condescending expression, as if he didn't put the Tu family's martial artists in his eyes. Ridiculous. You're just a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Although your combat strength is not bad, you're still just an ant. Moreover, I'm afraid you haven't even seen an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, right? Chu Mo said sarcastically, I'm bullying you if I fight you alone. However, you deserve it for slandering the Tu family. You can't blame us. Young Master Jun, can you leave him to me? I don't want others to say that we're bullying him with numbers. He's just a piece of trash. Kill him if you want, but I can only give you 1 minute. If you can't kill him, I'll do it myself. Tu Jun said coldly. 1 minute? It won't take that long. He'll be dead in less than 30 seconds. Chu Mo was very confident in himself. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao easily with his 3rd-level divine physique echelon cultivation, then he would look down on himself. Chu Mo, since you asked for it, I'll let you have this guy. Actually, you didn't have to do it. The Tu family's martial artists looked down on Ling Xiao, especially those martial artists who were 2nd-level divine physique echelon and above. It was as if they felt that killing Ling Xiao was as easy as blowing off dust. Thank you. Actually, I didn't want to kill him, but this guy kept insulting our honorable sir. I can't tolerate this. Chu Mo knew that he represented the Tu family's dignity in this battle, so he couldn't afford to lose. In fact, he didn't think he would make a mistake. Chapter 48:59. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Chu Mo's demon wings fluttered and black chi swirled around him. The streaks of black chi were extremely sharp. They were like swords as they crazily pierced towards Ling Xiao. In front of me, you're just a pathetic worm. Killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. As he attacked, Chu Mo continued to mock Ling Xiao. It was as if he didn't need to expend much energy in this battle. He raised the black long sword in his hand. Instantly, hundreds of black rays condensed into a black sword chi. It filled up the space in front of him and rushed towards Ling Xiao fiercely. The space seemed to be cut apart, making a sharp sound. When Chu Mo attacked, Ling Xiao also entered the beast spirit transformation state. There were many beast spirit cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of exposing his identity. The moment he transformed, his body emitted a wild and ferocious aura. It was as if he could destroy everything, crush everything. It was as if a beast god had descended. In front of him, Chu Mo was like a pitiful prey. He had his eyes on him. Die! Chu Mo's attack finally arrived. It was like a black python that wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. We don't know who will die yet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the void god sword appeared in his right hand. At that moment, the sword intent pierced through the sky. It blocked the black python. The python tried to push the void god's sword away, but it was obviously difficult. Chu Mo frowned and flapped his demon wings again. Countless black sword chi shot towards Ling Xiao, like raindrops. Every one of them was as sharp as an arrow. The space was riddled with holes. As expected of the demon wings, martial soul, Chu Mo will win for sure. The crowd sighed inwardly. They could feel the terrifying sharpness of the black sword chi from far away. There was no way to block it. Break for me. Ling Xiao held the void god sword in his right hand and released a dazzling sword chi. It actually cut the black python into pieces. With his left hand, he activated the void shattering finger. The countless black sword chi were all enveloped in the distorted space. It was completely shattered. Ling Xiao looked at Chu Mo contemptuously and sneered. Who's the ant here? You keep saying that other people are insects, but look at what's happening now. I think your attack is just SOSO. What? You dare look down on me? Chu Mo's face darkened. He had said that he would finish the battle in 30 seconds. 10 seconds had already passed. Ling Xiao was not defeated. Instead, his attack was easily shattered. This made him very unhappy. Speaking of which, the reason Ling Xiao was able to shatter Chu Mo's attack so easily was because of the reverse god sword. After all, the void god sword was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon inscriptions. It suppressed the emperor weapon with 4 dragon inscriptions. However, if he didn't use such a divine weapon, wouldn't he be a fool? Of course, if he was facing a martial artist at the 2nd or 1st level of the divine physique echelon, there was no need to use the reverse god sword, because Ling Xiao would definitely win. At this moment, Chu Mo attacked again. This time, Chu Mo soared into the sky like a dark demon. He flapped his demon wings in the sky, and a gust of wind blew. It formed a huge tornado. The black tornado was filled with a sharp, cutting intent. It seemed to want to destroy everything in front of it. This attack is not bad, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao looked at the black tornadoes descending from the sky. He chuckled. Dragon God's ice diagram. In an instant, heaven and earth became incomparably cold. The black tornado spun slower and slower. Gradually, it was sealed by white ice. What's going on? Chu Mo saw this strange situation and couldn't help but be stunned. How could such a powerful demon tornado be restrained? The 2 family cultivators were also in disbelief. They thought that Ling Xiao would die when Chu Mo used this move. But the situation was far beyond their expectations. Not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but the situation was very strange. The demonic tornado gradually froze, losing its sharp, murderous aura. They couldn't expect Ling Xiao to be smashed to death. That would be ridiculous. Break for me. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a huge ice frost divine dragon flew out from the ice diagram. It opened its mouth and bit the frozen demon tornado. Then it ate it bite by bite. Ha! Kill me in 30 seconds? Pathetic guy. You have less than 10 seconds left. I'd like to see how you're going to take back the fart you just let out. Ling Xiao stood there like a god, looking at Chu Mo with disdain. Impossible! How can this be? Go die! Chu Mo was obviously not as confident as before. With a roar, he flapped his demon wings, turned into a black afterimage, and crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Under the demon wings, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao removed the dragon god's ice diagram and released the child god's blood diagram. When the blade-like demon wings were about to cut through Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Aren't you fast? How come you can't even touch me? Ling Xiao appeared in the distance, looking at Chu Mo mockingly. It was like a cat toying with a pathetic mouse. He can't even touch that guy. He's too fast. Chu Mo's demon wings can't catch up. How can this be? He's only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He shouldn't be so fast. This speed is unfathomable. Everyone was shocked. Ling Xiao's speed taught them a lesson. They thought Chu Mo's speed was already very fast, but in front of Ling Xiao, it was like child's play. No matter how strong Chu Mo's attack was, if he couldn't touch his opponent, he couldn't kill him. It was completely meaningless. I don't believe it. Chu Mo's face was gloomy and ugly. He increased his strength again. His figure flashed, and he attacked Ling Xiao. His demon wings spread out again. He released a storm of attacks in the same direction. Unfortunately, no matter how big his attack range was, no matter how fast his attack was, it was useless. Ling Xiao turned into a golden light and disappeared in an instant. Idiot, it's been 30 seconds. Your fart stinks. Ling Xiao stood there, a mocking expression on his face. The two families' martial artists' faces were ugly. They didn't blame Chu Mo, because Ling Xiao's strength was beyond their expectations. With such speed, how could Chu Mo kill him so easily? Here's a gift for you. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out a finger, a void-shattering finger, transcending the void. In an instant, a terrifying finger force hit Chu Mo. It was so fast that no one had time to react. To be honest, as long as he used this move, unless the opponent predicted it in advance, there was no way to avoid it. A hole appeared in Chu Mo's head. Chapter 4860. Ling Xiao's attack brushed past Chu Mo's spirit realm. This was a martial artist's intuition that saved Chu Mo's life. At that moment, his head tilted slightly. He was really lucky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Mo was almost killed. This was too scary. Who was this young man? How could he be so strong? Do you only know how to dodge? If you're a man, fight me face to face. Chu Mo was really scared. If Ling Xiao continued to dodge his attack with his speed, then used the same sneak attack as before, he would be in big trouble. You think you're worthy of being called a man? Don't forget, you're at the third level of the divine physique realm. I'm only at the first level of the divine physique realm. Why do you say you're bullying the weak? Ling Xiao mocked. Chu Mo was speechless. Fine, since you're so pitiful, I'll fulfill your wish. Next, I'll stand here and let you kill me. If you can hurt me, it'll be my loss. Ling Xiao smiled, then removed the child god's blood fiend array and replaced it with the invincible ape god array. Against someone like Chu Mo, there was no need to use more than 2 arrays at the same time. His opponent was already weak enough. If he weakened him further, he wouldn't be a threat. Right now, Ling Xiao's spirit realm could still slowly increase. If he weakened him to the point where he wouldn't be a threat, that wouldn't be a good thing for his cultivation. You dare to look down on me? Then die. Chu Emo knew he was embarrassed, but now wasn't the time to think about that. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao within a minute, he would lose even more face. He might even be punished by the Tu family. That was something he didn't want to see. He spread his demon wings again and attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying demon wings left 2 black marks in the sky. It was as if the sky had been split into 2. As expected, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he stood there without moving. He let his opponent's attack land on the invincible ape god array. Boom! Golden light flashed. He felt like his attack had hit an iron wall. There was no effect at all. Instead, he shook himself until his body went numb. You're really a piece of trash. I can stand there and let you kill me, but you can't kill me. Ling Xiao's sarcastic voice sounded again. Chu Emo didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. It was so awkward. He said that others who relied on their speed to dodge were not men. However, the other party was still standing there without moving, so he couldn't kill him. He had already used up all his excuses. He couldn't possibly ask the other party to remove their defenses. Forget it. Seeing how useless you are, I might as well remove my defenses as well. Chu Emo didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to attack the other party. He really did remove the invincible ape god formation. You dare to look down on me like this? You're courting death. Chu Emo didn't believe that the other party wouldn't use speed to dodge or defensive array formations to block his attacks. Could he still block his attack? He used the same trick again and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold smile. I said I wouldn't dodge, and I also said I wouldn't defend. But you can't deprive me of the right to attack, right? An immemorial blood jade talisman appeared in his hand. The palm-sized stone tablet could grow in the wind and become incomparably huge. Although many people knew about the Great Emperor Palace in the City of Gold, they didn't know about the immemorial blood jade talisman. Even if they knew about the immemorial blood jade talisman, they had never seen it and didn't know what it looked like. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not worried that others would see through his disguise, even if he was seen through. So, what? At most, he could escape and change his face. He touched the stone tablet in Ling Xiao's hand, but he didn't know what it was. Therefore, he continued to attack crazily. He didn't have much time left. He had to hurry up. Suppress. Ling Xiao suddenly took out the immemorial blood jade talisman. The small stone tablet grew to the height of a person and released a terrifying killing aura. At that moment, the power of the demon wings was suppressed. It couldn't fully display its power, especially the right half of the demon wings, which was suppressed by the stone tablet, couldn't move at all. Chu Emo frowned and had no choice but to use half of the demon wings to attack. He believed that facing a defenseless Ling Xiao, even half of his power was enough to kill Ling Xiao. But in the next moment, he was speechless. Ling Xiao actually had such a powerful stone tablet. If he knew that Ling Xiao had 108 immemorial blood jade talismans, what would he think? Continue to suppress. Ling Xiao sneered and took out the second immemorial blood jade talisman. The other half of the demon wings was also suppressed. The power of the martial soul was almost completely sealed and couldn't be released. Poor Chu Emo, who relied on this pair of demon wings to make a name for himself. Now, it was really awkward. What other tricks do you have? Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Chu Emo, who was hovering in the air. Sort of black wings, transform. Chu Emo didn't answer, but used his actions to show his strength. He threw out the black sword in his hand. it turned into a huge black dragon in the void. Roaring, it pounced on Ling Xiao. My methods are not something you can imagine. Die for me. Facing the roaring black dragon, Ling Xiao smiled. Your methods really surprised me, but I'll still suppress you. This time, Ling Xiao took out 2 immemorial blood jade talismans. They turned into a huge stone tablet and pressed down. The black dragon fell to the ground as if it was hit by 2 mountains and turned back into a sword. At this moment, Chumo's face was pale. How could this be? Ling Xiao had so many of those treasures. He didn't even have the confidence. Even if he used all his methods, he was afraid that in the end, all his attacks would be suppressed. It was too tragic. At this moment, he even felt despair. TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor guy. You don't want me to use my speed. So I agree. You're afraid of my defense. So I removed it. Why are you still in such a sorry state? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? You want to kill me just like that. Ling Xiao still stood there, unmoving. That mocking expression was too infuriating. Seeing this scene, everyone showed an extremely shocked expression. No one expected the battle to turn out like this. Chu Mo, a 3rd-level divine physique realm cultivator, was completely suppressed by a 1st-level divine physique realm cultivator. This youth even deliberately went easy on him, but Chu Mo couldn't do anything. He was restrained in every way. He was suppressed in every way. How pitiful. Demon's sovereign body beat him up. Ling Xiao released the demon's sovereign body. A black figure appeared beside Chu Mo. Chu Mo was suppressed by the immemorial blood jade talisman. He was no match for the demon's sovereign body. The demon Venerable unleashed a terrifying demon fist, sending Chu Mo bouncing back and forth like a ball. Ha! So this is the so-called genius of the Two family. You called me an ant just now. What's wrong with you now? You can't even fight back. Why don't you make a move and kill me? Ling Xiao's original body was still standing there. As long as he could mock the Two family, he wouldn't let them go. The Two family was heartless to him. Why should he show them the slightest bit of mercy? Come and read. Chapter 48, 61. Humph, what's so great about you? You're just relying on your Dharma treasure. Don't use your Dharma treasure if you dare. Tu Gang was pissed when he saw Chu Mo being slapped around by Ling Xiao like a ball. He could only find a random excuse to regain some face. Ha! The Tu clan has really implanted shamelessness into their genes. You said I relied on my speed, but I stood still. You said I relied on my defense, but I removed my defense. Now you want me to give up my Dharma treasure? What a joke. If you don't agree, you can come at me together. All of you. Ling Xiao's arrogant words made the Two family martial artists' faces stiffen. Thousands of divine physique echelon martial artists working together to deal with a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It didn't sound good at all. Moreover, what they were doubting now was whether they could really kill Ling Xiao even if 1,000 cultivators attacked together. With Ling Xiao's terrifying speed, it wouldn't be easy to catch him. If they could kill Ling Xiao, they could bear the infamy. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to kill him and would lose all their face. Chu Mo, you have 15 seconds. Tu Jun's face was unusually cold, but he didn't have any intention of attacking. He just said coldly, "Ah." Chu Mo suddenly let out an angry roar. "Bastard, you asked for it." Ling Xiao stopped attacking. He found that the 3 primordial blood jade talismans had started to tremble. A terrifying bloodline power erupted from Chu Mo's body. This bloodline power merged with his martial soul, making Chu Mo's combat strength infinitely close to the 4th-level divine physique echelon. "I want you dead. I want you dead." Chu Mo was still roaring. The primordial blood jade talismans seemed to be unable to suppress him. Boom! Finally, after a loud bang, the 3 primordial blood jade talismans were sent flying. They returned to Ling Xiao's hands. Chu Mo had turned into a blood-red demon. He had horns on his head. He was more than 10 feet tall. His huge demon wings also turned scarlet. The black demon fire was burning. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they retreated one after another. You've said it more than once that you want me to die. Is it useful? Ling Xiao played with the 3 primordial blood jade talismans in his hand. As expected, the 3 primordial blood jade talismans were not enough to suppress Chu Mo. This guy was quite something after all. But the more it was like this, the happier he was. Although the energy in his cultivation sea was constantly increasing, the speed was too slow. What was clear was that after the other party released the power of his bloodline, the speed of his cultivation increased significantly. Lowly ant, I merely underestimated your treasures, that's all. In the end, your strength is just trash. So, what if you have a treasure? When the power of my bloodline merges with my martial soul, your treasure will become worthless. As Chumo's voice rang out, the bloodline power that emerged from his body grew more and more vigorous. It sounded like the roar of a hurricane. It was also like a thunderous roar. Chu Mo, this guy, had such a trump card all along. Yeah, what a powerful bloodline power. Especially after it merges with his martial soul, it's really too strong. The surrounding people looked at Chu Mo, many of them sweating for Ling Xiao. Among them, there were naturally martial artists who sympathized with Ling Xiao. After all, they could see clearly that the Tu clan was a bully and ungrateful. Not everyone was as shameless as the Tu clan. If they were, the eternal Emperor domain would have been destroyed long ago. Soon, Chumo's demonic power enveloped the entire sky. Dark, evil, terrifying. It had the terrifying power to destroy everything. The huge demonic wings stretched out, at least 100 meters long, against the scarlet sun. They were as beautiful as fresh blood. Boom! As the power of his bloodline slowed down, a blood-red storm suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a hurricane had landed. Instead, the places that were affected by the hurricane were all in a mess. It was going to destroy everything, devour everything. Stay further away. Stay further away. The crowd began to flee frantically, afraid that they would be affected by Chu Mo's attack. This wasn't a joke. If people from the Tu clan killed people outside, then so be it. No one would dare to do anything to them. Everyone clearly understood that Chu Mo was angry. He was seething with anger. He was a 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist, but he was being tortured by a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. His body was covered in injuries, and he even lost his life a few times. The power of his bloodline was originally his trump card, a trump card that he didn't want to reveal. But now, for his dignity and to survive, he had to use it. He had to use it. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face. Chu Mo's strength made his fighting spirit even more intense. This kind of strong enemy was his favorite. Although Chu Mo's combat strength was infinitely close to the 4th-level divine physique echelon, it was very difficult for him to defeat him with his 1st-level divine physique echelon cultivation. But it wasn't impossible. If he used all his trump cards except for the body of 3 supremes, he still had a 40% chance of winning. Of course, this was only a superficial comparison of strength. Ling Xiao's biggest advantage was his combat skills. With the Tai Chi Eye, he could completely defeat his opponent in terms of combat skills, which could make up for his lack of combat strength. Therefore, after combining all the factors, he believed that his chances of winning this battle should be close to 80%. Many people looked at Ling Xiao, trying to guess his identity. They only knew that He was called Yuan Venerate. They didn't know where he came from or what power he belonged to. However, Ling Xiao exuded the domineering aura of an emperor. His temperament was extraordinary. His talent was outstanding. They believed that he wasn't a child of an ordinary family, but such a genius was going to die in the Eternal Life Palace today. After Chu Mo used his final trump card, he became much more powerful than before. He was so terrifying that it was suffocating. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao still had a chance. Yuan Venerate, I don't know where you got those treasures. But after today, they belong to me. Chu Mo. Chu Mo's goal wasn't just to kill Ling Xiao. He also wanted to obtain the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Ha, you are confident. Unfortunately, I won't go easy on you. I will use my speed and defense. I will also use your treasures. You have already used your full strength. To show my respect, I will use at least 80% of my strength. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You are really boasting shamelessly. Although you are fast, you are not flawless. I have observed that no matter how fast you are always moving within a radius of 1 mile. This range isn't very big. I don't need to be faster than you. I just need to use a wide range of attacks to deal with you. As for your defense, although it is strong, it is not invincible. It still has its limits. Although I couldn't break it before, I can now. Also, it is a waste for a first-level divine physique echelon like you to use those treasures. It is better to give them to me. Chapter 48, 62. Chu Mo's strength had increased, and he had become much calmer. Surprisingly, he was able to analyze many useful things. If he wasn't fast enough, then there was no point in doing so. Maybe you're telling the truth. But so what? Don't tell me you think that's all I've got. My speed does have an AoE limit, and my defense also has a limit. But if someone 10,000 times stronger than you couldn't break it, how could you? You're really boasting shamelessly. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. He had never thought that his speed or defense were invincible, but at the very least, Chu Mo wasn't qualified to break them. This guy was really too conceited. Chu Mo didn't think so. In the sky above him, the blood-red storm was getting more and more violent. It was getting bigger and bigger, falling down fiercely. It blasted towards Ling Xiao. Although it was still a storm compared to the previous one, this one was much stronger. Whether I'm conceited or you're ignorant, we'll find out soon enough. Chu Mo sneered. You should just obediently disappear from this world. As his voice fell, the blood-red storm enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer. Fortunately, the onlookers had already fled far away. Otherwise, this storm alone would have been able to completely destroy them. Heaven and earth were shaking. The entire Eternal Life Palace was shaking. Although the spectating cultivators were already far away, they still watched this terrifying blood-red storm with fear and trepidation. This was because their bodies could still feel evil and pain. The originally hard ground was now riddled with holes. If the Chu family wanted to restore it to its original state, they would have to spend a lot of money. People could no longer see Chu Mo and Ling Xiao's figures, because the entire space was occupied by the blood-red storm. Everything within the destructive storm would be destroyed. At this time, Chu Mo crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at Ling Xiao. Looking at Ling Xiao wrapped in golden light, his eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. Your speed has lost its effectiveness. Next, I'd like to see how long your defense can last. If you hadn't forced me to this point, you might have had a chance. But now you have no chance. Completely gone. Chu Mo was determined to kill Ling Xiao. This was something that would never change. Even if Ling Xiao begged for mercy now, it would be useless. Of course, he still hoped to see Ling Xiao begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have that intention. You don't believe me when I say you're a frog at the bottom of a well. The one who will die today will not be me, but you. Ling Xiao was still smiling faintly, but his smile was full of confidence. This made Chu Mo very unhappy. This didn't make sense. Logically speaking, shouldn't Ling Xiao be begging for mercy right now? Why did this happen? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Chu Mo didn't want to waste any more words. He wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of his own medicine. He believed that no matter how stubborn a person was, the moment he saw the coffin, he would definitely give in. Ling Xiao could feel that the invincible ape deity array diagram was crumbling. After all, there was a limit to the array diagram's power. Ling Xiao's cultivation level directly determined the array diagram's power. He was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon, so the array diagram's power was naturally limited. With Chumo's powerful attacks, it was completely possible for him to break the invincible ape deity array diagram. However, as the array diagram crumbled, Ling Xiao could feel the energy in his cultivation sea continue to increase. It was much faster than before. Seeing the golden light dim, Chu Mo showed a smug smile. See that? You lowly guy. Even if you were lucky enough to cultivate many martial skills and cultivation methods that others don't know about, you can show off for a while. Unfortunately, you're still a weakling. You won't amount to anything. You can still live by relying on others. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant, too arrogant. You'll have to pay the price. Chu Mo tried to use words to shake Ling Xiao's fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he failed once again. The smile on Ling Xiao's face not only didn't fade, but grew even wider. He came from the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent. How many storms had he experienced along the way? How many enemies had he met? Many people like to call him an ant. Perhaps they weren't wrong. Unfortunately, they neglected the fact that he was an ant that grew very quickly. What are you laughing at? Chu Mo said angrily. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. You've probably never tried to resist an expert, right? How sad. You can only be someone else's slave for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao smiled. You said you wanted to break my defense and kill me. Now, I'll break your ridiculous fantasy. Saying this, he waved his hand. The 3 primordial blood jade talismans turned into 12. They turned into 12 huge stone steels, appearing around Ling Xiao. They completely blocked the bloody storm. Ling Xiao didn't even bother using the invincible ape deity array diagram. He looked coldly at Chu Mo. Are you desperate? 3 of these stone steels are enough to suppress you. Now there are 12. What do you think? How can this be? Chumo's expression changed greatly. He thought it was already rare for Ling Xiao to have 3 of such powerful treasures. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a treasure. There were 12 of them. This was too terrifying. If he knew there were a total of 108 of them, he would cry himself to death. You want to make me desperate with just this? Impossible. No matter how powerful a treasure is, it won't be able to resist my bloody storm for long. Chu Mo roared. He swallowed a pill and increased the output of his energy. After this battle, even if he didn't die, he would be bedridden for several months. He was really playing with his life. You're right. So, this is only the first step. Look at what this is. Ling Xiao took out the Void God sword again. The strangely shaped sword emitted a dense aura of death, letting out an angry bestial roar. Chu Mo couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying treasure sword. It's much stronger than mine. Is it an emperor weapon with 5 dragon marks? Or 6 dragon tattoos? Chu Mo didn't dare imagine that Ling Xiao's Void God sword was actually an emperor weapon with 10 dragon marks. He had no choice. Who told him to be so ignorant? The 12 primordial blood jade talismans defended him. He waved the Void God sword lightly. The Void God sword swallowed the bloody storm in an instant. Chumo's expression turned even uglier. It was one thing to be unable to attack Ling Xiao, but now even his bloody storm seemed to be restrained by Ling Xiao. This was really troublesome. No, I have to strike first. Chu Mo could feel that if this continued, he would be the unlucky one. So he had to end this quickly. Kill Ling Xiao first, and everything would be over. Ling Xiao's treasures would all belong to him. The range of the blood-red storm kept shrinking, but its power kept increasing. It wrapped around Ling Xiao, wanting to completely tear him apart. Chapter 48:63. It's useless. In the face of Chumo's frenzied attacks, Ling Xiao's Void God sword transformed into a Taotai with its mouth wide open. It devoured the blood-colored storm frantically. Chu Mo panicked. How could this be? What kind of sword was this? How could it be so terrifying? Who the hell are you? Chu Mo roared in horror. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're finished. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had to admit that Chu Mo was strong, but the Void God sword was even more perverse. Coupled with his powerful soul control, Chu Mo's defeat was only natural. No, it can't end like this. Chu Mo tried his best to shrink the blood-colored storm. As the storm shrank, its power increased. Unfortunately, the Void God sword was too strong. It completely ignored the increase in power. It continued to devour and devour. Ling Xiao could feel the energy in his sea of cultivation increasing. At this moment, the martialists outside looked at the shrinking blood-colored storm in confusion. Could it be that Ling Xiao hadn't been killed yet? That didn't make sense. A minute has passed, and Chu Mo still hasn't killed the Yuan Venerate. What a piece of trash. Tu Jun frowned. Although that was what he said, he couldn't stop Chu Mo. He didn't dare to get close to the blood-colored storm. Once he got close, he would be completely pulverized. How could that Yuan Venerate not die under such a powerful attack? Maybe Chu Mo couldn't control his power. Tu Gang said. They all knew that even a third-level divine physique echelon martialist couldn't withstand Chu Mo's attack. And that kid was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. How could he not die? Many people agreed with Tu Gang. Even Tu Jun nodded in agreement. We can only wait for the power of the blood-colored storm to subside. Tu Jun sneered. This is the consequence of offending the Tu family. They didn't know that Chu Mo's expression was extremely ugly inside the blood-colored storm. The blood-colored storm had shrunk to the point where it couldn't shrink anymore. Its power had also reached its peak, but it was still useless. Faced with Ling Xiao's terrifying Void God sword, he was in complete despair. What level of treasure is this? How can it be so terrifying? The more he resisted, the more afraid and desperate Chu Mo became. Such a crazy attack was unable to cause any damage to the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. This was too much of a blow. Time to end this. Ling Xiao sneered. His right hand continued to hold the Void God sword. His left hand held the Scarlet Blood Demon sword as he gathered his divine energy. The three-word style of the god-defying art tore through the air. He charged towards Chu Mo. Chu Mo's strength was now extremely weak. After all, to maintain such a powerful bloodstorm for such a long time, with Chu Mo's spirit essence reserves, it was simply a desperate struggle. 3 streaks of sword light pierced through Chu Mo's vital points. However, Ling Xiao did not kill him. He had only crippled him. He wanted to kill Chu Mo in front of the Tu family as an example. At that moment, Chu Mo flew out of the bloody storm. Due to his injuries, The bloody storm also collapsed. Everyone looked at Chu Mo, who was covered in blood and wounds, as well as Ling Xiao, who was standing in the air, completely unharmed. His heart couldn't help but tremble. This was simply too unbelievable. Such a powerful blood-colored storm actually did not harm Ling Xiao at all. Chu Mo, who attacked him, was seriously injured. How was this possible? How did this guy do it? He was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. It was too strange. Tu Jun and the others couldn't understand. They knew Chu Mo's strength better than anyone else. Tu Jun wasn't even sure he could win one-on-one, especially after the bloodline power merged with the martial soul and became a bloodline martial soul. That was even more terrifying. However, with the current situation, no matter how they racked their brains, they were unable to figure out what had happened. Suddenly, Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He stepped on Chu Mo's face. He smiled coldly. He had spared Chu Mo's life because he wanted to humiliate him. He wanted to humiliate the Tu family. They thought he was easy to bully, so they refused to pay him. Then he would let the Tu family know how powerful he was. He was at the third level of the divine physique echelon. He also had a powerful bloodline power and martial soul. But now he was in such a sorry state, being stepped on by a martial artist at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Chu Mo's face was extremely ugly. "Let him go." Tu Jun shouted sternly. "Let him go." Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. "You still don't understand? The Tu family thinks too highly of yourselves and thinks everyone else is an ant. You can bully anyone you want. What's wrong with you now?" When one of his men was being stepped on like a reptile, he got angry. "I can let him go, but you have to ask Tu Hong Tian to kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, there's no way. Let the Supreme King, Tu Hong Tian, apologize and kneel down." Ling Zhao's words made the faces of Tu Jun and the others stiffen. They really didn't take this guy seriously. Not from the beginning. Because everyone in the Tu family, including Tu Hong Tian, thought they could easily kill this ant. So this ant didn't dare to do anything. But now, reality gave them a hard slap. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he also stepped on the experts of the Tu family. He even asked the head of the Tu family, Tu Hong Tian, to kneel down and apologize. The situation seemed to have gone out of control. Forget it. I don't think that old man Tu Hong Tian would come over to apologize for a subordinate. So, Chu Mo, you can die now. Ling Xiao exerted force on his foot, and Chu Mo's head was crushed like a watermelon. He completely lost his breath of life. "You're crazy." Tu Jun shouted sternly. "Whether I'm crazy or not, it's not up to you to decide. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can give me 100 pieces of supreme-grade spirit stones, or all the warriors of the Tu family here today will die. Don't doubt my determination, and don't doubt my strength. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Tu Hong Tian would be his enemy sooner or later, so he didn't hesitate to attack the Tu family. Shameless boasting. How could Tu Jun be threatened by Ling Xiao? Is this your attitude? Very good. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't talk nonsense. His figure flashed, and he was among the Tu family. He held 2 sharp blades in his hands. Wherever he went, he left behind dark red. What was left behind were corpses. In a flash, more than 10 warriors had died under his sword. The killing continued. Tu Jun tried to stop him, but he couldn't do anything. "Stop, I promise you." When more than 10 warriors of the Tu family died, Tu Jun finally couldn't help but shout. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. He looked at Tu Jun indifferently and said, "It would have been better if you did this earlier. So many people wouldn't have died. Give it to me 100 supreme grade spirit stones. Don't play tricks with me, or I'll let you know how serious the consequences are. M. Chapter 48, 64. Take out all the supreme grade spirit stones you have. 2 June looked at the warriors of the Tu family. Although these people didn't have many supreme grade spirit stones, some only had one, and some didn't, but there were nearly 1,000 warriors. It wasn't a problem to gather 100 supreme grade spirit stones. That's all. Ling Xiao snatched the supreme grade spirit stones from Tu Jun's hand. There were a total of 300 supreme grade spirit stones. Didn't you say you only wanted 100? Tu Jun's expression was very ugly. It's only right for me to take more from ungrateful people like you. Goodbye, everyone. With a smile, Ling Xiao instantly disappeared into the crowd. His speed was extremely fast. After leaving the square, Ling Xiao didn't go far. Instead, he rushed towards the King's Supreme Palace in the west. One of the King's Supreme Palace's experts, Yu Qiushui, lived there. Since he was already at the Palace of Eternal Life, he had to meet Yu Qiushui. Although he didn't completely trust Yu Qiushui, only Yu Qiushui and Ling Heng were trustworthy in the Palace of Eternal Life. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Although the defense of the King's Supreme Palace was very strong, it wasn't as good as the Tower of Eternal Life. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he could easily sneak in without being discovered. Other than Yu Qiushui herself, no one in the King's Supreme Palace noticed him. When Yu Qiushui saw Ling Xiao, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. "Aunt Yu, don't you recognize me?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "You're really bold. You actually dared to sneak into the Palace of Eternal Life. Do you want to die? If the Eternal Emperor knows of your existence, he'll skin you alive." Yu Qiushui smiled bitterly. "Why don't I see Feng Hua?" "Feng Hua went to a place to cultivate. She'll come back in a few days. I'm just here to familiarize myself with the Palace of Eternal Life. The Eternal Emperor wants to become the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but he didn't ask me if I agreed." Ling Xiao explained. "You can't win. At least, it's impossible with your current strength." Yu Qiushui shook her head. "Aunt Yu, how do you know that I can't win? That day hasn't arrived yet, has it? There are still close to 10 days left, and my strength will still increase. No matter how strong the Eternal Emperor was, she believed that he would not be much stronger than Huang Jindi. I still have a chance of winning." Ling Xiao was very confident. He knew that Yu Qiushui still didn't believe him, so he continued. "Now that things have come to this, it's not something I can control. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is Ling Heng?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao was still very concerned about the little friend that brought him to the Eternal Emperor region. At the mention of Ling Heng, Yu Qiushui's face suddenly turned ugly. Prince Yuehua crippled him. Yu Qiushui gritted her teeth and said, "Cripple him." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. "Crown Prince Yuehua, I'll remember this. Where is Ling Heng?" He was a doctor and had a lot of precious materials on him. In the past, his companions had been crippled, but he had cured them. Ling Heng should be able to do it too. Yu Qiushui hurriedly brought Ling Xiao into the inner residence. Ling Heng was currently lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling in despair. This young man had always wanted to overthrow the Eternal Emperor's rule, so he had been cultivating diligently. However, he had now become a cripple. One could imagine the despair in his heart. When he saw Ling Xiao, his face was also numb. He didn't even want to speak. "I know you're in pain now, but it's far from despair. Take this elixir pill, and I'll help you unblock your meridians. Not only will you not become a cripple, but you also have a high chance of breaking through." Ling Xiao checked Ling Heng's body. It was far better than expected. It seemed like Crown Prince Yuehua was still afraid of Yu Qiushui. so he didn't dare to torture Ling Hung too much. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me. Ling Hung finally spoke, and the numbness on his face instantly became lively. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I believe it, I believe it. Since he was already a dead horse, Ling Hung didn't care anymore. Thus, he immediately accepted Ling Xiao's treatment. Half an hour later, Ling Hung clearly felt that his meridians began to heal. It was very fast. He struggled to get off the bed to thank Ling Xiao. All right, you became like this because of me, so you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Ling Xiao hurriedly held him down. Yu Qiushui witnessed the miracle with her own eyes. She suddenly understood why Yu Fenghua trusted Ling Xiao so much. This young man was simply the creator of miracles. Such a person might really be able to do amazing things. She was just about to speak when she suddenly frowned. Ling Xiao, quickly hide. The Eternal Emperor has arrived. Ling Xiao smiled, and with a shake of his body, he turned into a servant in the mansion. If he chose to hide, then it was very likely that he would be discovered by the Eternal Emperor. So instead of that, it was better to change his face. As long as he didn't attract the Eternal Emperor's attention, there would be no problem. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was afraid of the Eternal Emperor, but it wasn't time for them to meet yet. Today, he could observe how powerful this legendary Eternal Emperor was. When the Eternal Emperor entered the room, Yu Qiushui was accompanying Ling Hung by the bed with a sad face. Ling Xiao was tidying up the room. Without looking, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying aura of the Eternal Emperor. No wonder this person was known as the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 realms. His aura was even more terrifying than Huang Jindi. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's soul power was strong enough. Otherwise, facing such a powerful existence, he would really be exposed. On the surface, the Eternal Emperor looked to be in his 20s. Very young. His every movement exuded the aura of an emperor. However, his soul should be more than 50 years old. Even so, he was still a terrifying genius. In fact, 50 years old could only be considered a youth in the 4 regions and 9 realms. But he had already become the #1 expert in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He was really powerful, very powerful. Yu Qiushui bowed slightly to the Eternal Emperor. Emperor, no need for formalities. How is Yu Hung? This sentence was too hypocritical. The Eternal Emperor had never cared about Ling Hung before, but now he suddenly asked hypocritically about the situation. It was obvious that he was trying to win people's hearts. After all, he was about to hold a heroes' meeting. He had to get the full support of his own people first. He was crippled. What else can he do? Yu Qiushui's tone was full of resentment. Sigh, that kid Yu Hua was too ruthless. The Eternal Emperor sighed. Don't worry, I will definitely punish him. Yu Qiushui laughed secretly. Punishment? It's already good enough that you can reprimand him. Yu Hua is your precious child. Can you bear to punish him? The Eternal Emperor was a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao really admired Yu Qiushui. Yu Qiushui's attitude made the Eternal Emperor not pay attention to other places. This saved him the trouble of being discovered. Chapter 48:65. The Eternal Emperor came to visit Ling Hung, but they parted on bad terms. After he left, Ling Xiao looked at his back and smiled. Everything that this person did was for the sake of that unquenchable desire for power. If his dream of becoming the alliance leader is destroyed, it might be the biggest blow to him. You're right. Tell me what you want me to do. I'm already very disappointed in this person. If not for Ling Xiao's appearance, Yu Qiushui might have lived like this for the rest of her life, because she didn't have the ability to go against the Eternal Emperor. But Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. Although Ling Zhao's current strength was definitely not on par with the Eternal Emperor, his potential was limitless. One day, he would be able to trample the Eternal Emperor under his feet. So she was willing to take a gamble on this young man. Not for now. You and Ling Hing can wait. I need your help at the Heroes' Assembly. Oh, right. I'll be cultivating in your residence for this period of time. The environment here is pretty good. Ling Xiao came here in advance to better understand the Eternal Palace. Now, he could leave this matter to Yu Qiushui. He should focus on studying the God-reversing art and cosmic light divine fist. If he needed opponents, there were many in the Eternal Palace. He could find them easily. After meeting the Eternal Emperor, he understood that with his current cultivation, even if he chose the Tao of Fusion, he wouldn't be the Eternal Emperor's match. So he had to work even harder. We'll do as you say. Since Yu Qiushui had made her decision, she would do her best to help Ling Xiao. At the same time, the other factions also started to take action. News of Emperor Lianhua was now known to almost everyone. The Heroes' Assembly was extremely important. None of the major powers would miss out on this grand event, whether it was to fight for the position of alliance leader or to work together to deal with Lotus Flower. Savage Beast region. The area here was equivalent to 3 Eternal Emperor regions or Golden Sky region. It was the largest faction in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. There were 3 sacred grounds in the Savage Beast region. They were the Beast Emperor Palace, Saintess Palace, and Divine Dragon Palace. The 3 emperors were the Beast Emperor, the Saintess, and the Dragon Shaman. The most powerful and mysterious of them all was the Dragon Shaman. The Saintess, on the other hand, was a little special. When she reached a certain age, she would pass on everything she knew to the next Saintess. Only the Beast Emperors were similar to the Eternal Emperors and Golden Emperors. They all relied on their outstanding talents to cultivate. Moreover, only the Beast Imperial Palace would recruit disciples similar to the City of Gold and the Eternal Palace. The Saintess Palace and the Divine Dragon Palace did not recruit disciples. They just strictly selected suitable people. For example, the Saintess Palace usually only recruited female disciples, and they were female disciples who believed in the Saintess. There were even fewer disciples in the Divine Dragon Palace. They only recruited people with dragon bloodline. It was worth mentioning that Ling Xiao had foiled the plot of some rebels in the Saintess Palace when he was in the world of souls. Now, Cold Plum had secured the position of Saintess. Furthermore, after such a long period of hard work, she had basically merged the power of the Saintess into herself. In addition, there was the existence of the Saintess portrait. She was actually more powerful than the previous Holy Maiden. After all, the previous Holy Maiden had lost the Holy Maiden portrait. Kai Yi, gather all the divine physique echelon martial artists in the Saintess Palace and prepare everything. We will depart for the Eternal Palace in 3 days. Cold Plum sat on the Saintess throne and said to a subordinate beside her. Now, she controlled the highest authority in this place because her strength was incomparably powerful. After eliminating the rebels, no one in the Saintess Palace dared to disobey her orders. Saintess, the Saintess Palace has never cared about worldly affairs. Are we really going to participate in the heroes' gathering? Kai frowned and asked, worldly affairs, once the undead calamity strikes, do you think the Saintess Palace can stay out of it? If the 4 regions and 9 realms want to win, we must have a good leader. Ling Zhao's figure appeared in Cold Plum's mind. Master, I believe you will definitely go to the Eternal Palace. I will listen to the Saintess's orders. Kai Yi did not dare to say more and hurriedly went to carry out her orders. At the same time, in the Divine Dragon Palace, a golden beast woke up from its slumber. It roared at the heavens. The dragon shaman held his scepter and looked at the huge golden dragon below. He could not help but smile. After so many years, the divine dragon palace finally had a real dragon. It was worthy of its name. Dragon shaman, I want to go to the eternal palace. Is that okay? Long Chun turned into his human form and asked the dragon shaman calmly, I know what's going on outside. The dragon shaman asked, That's right. Big brother is in trouble. As his little brother, I should help. Long Chun said, Palace Master, watch your words. You are the divine dragon palace master, the only giant dragon in the savage beast region. You should not casually call a human big brother. The dragon shaman frowned. Roar! The huge dragon had suddenly stretched in front of the dragon shaman. You better not teach me how to be a dragon. I thank you for helping me obtain the divine dragon palace's highest inheritance, but don't think that I can abandon Big Brother just because of this. Moreover, I reminded you that Big Brother has the bloodline of the primordial Golden Dragon King. That's the true Golden Dragon King, even more powerful than me. You should consider the consequences of offending him. All right, guard the divine dragon palace well. I need to consolidate my cultivation. We will set off in 3 days. With that, Long Chun turned and left. The dragon shaman looked coldly at Long Chen's departing figure and gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao, this is my giant dragon. No matter what, I will not give it to you. His expression suddenly became incomparably ferocious. The Saintess Palace and the Divine Dragon Palace were the sacred grounds of the savage beast region. However, the land they occupied was very small, probably less than 1 in 10,000. In other words, more than 90% of the savage beast region's territory belonged to the Beast Palace. External negotiations and even starting wars were the Beast Palace's business. The Beast Emperor was the ruler of 10,000 savage beast clans. Therefore, only a small number of martial artists would go to the Saintess Palace and the Divine Dragon Palace. Most of the martial artists of the Beast Clan were proud of the Beast Palace. Just like the Golden Sky region's Golden City and the Eternal Emperor region's Eternal Palace, the Savage Beast region was called the Savage Beast region because there were many undeveloped areas. Martial artists of the Beast Clan were not good at construction. Therefore, large areas of primitive forests and deserts could be found everywhere. In fact, you could even see dangerous places that had existed since ancient times. The Savage Beast clans called them Forbidden Grounds. Forbidden Grounds were forbidden grounds because they were extremely dangerous. Not far from the Beast Palace, there was a forbidden ground called the Fiery Devil Mountain. This place was completely barren all year round. Almost everything within a radius of a few thousand miles was burning with flames all year round. It was barren and without any vegetation. Adventurers had come here before, and most of them had died here. However, some were lucky enough to survive. Chapter 48, 66. Some people said that there was a huge flaming demon living in the Flaming Demon Mountain. It was covered in flames and held a huge axe. Its body was as huge as a volcano. Just exhaling a breath could cause a terrifying fire. Some people said that there was a fire spirit living in the Flaming Demon Mountain. It was born in the flames. The flames were its life. It wasn't evil, but it would still be angry if anyone dared to disturb its rest. Some people said that it was actually a terrifying flaming dragon. It had red scales and a huge body. It buried countless treasures in the deepest part of the Demon Mountain. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. But one thing was for sure. There was definitely something inside, and this thing was very powerful. It was enough to make countless adventurers die there. However, beasts were also a kind of human. They just had the genes of beasts. Humans were greedy. Greed and courage made these martial artists rush to the flaming demon mountain even though they knew there was danger. Although the Beast Emperor had ordered that no one was allowed to go to the flaming demon mountain without his permission, those adventurers didn't even dare to scare those adventurers. How could the Beast Emperor's order possibly be effective when even that terrifying monster couldn't scare those adventurers? There were still people coming here one after another. On this day, a tall and mighty young man appeared in the burning wasteland. The young man wore a golden battle robe. Even his hair was golden. He didn't even frown when he stepped on the flames. He stood there like a divine beast, causing angry roars to come from the depths of the flaming demon mountain. It seemed that the monster living in the depths of the flaming demon mountain became restless because of this young man's arrival. The Beast Emperor didn't want me to take the risk, but I had to fly here. For boss, it's worth it to take the risk. As long as I devour this terrifying demon dragon fire, my cultivation will definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. I can't cultivate in peace anymore. I must go deep into the tiger's den. This person was Little Gold, Ling Zhao's brother. Because Little Gold had obtained the complete 9 Underworld Yellow Springs Golden Crow, his cultivation had risen to the 4th level Divine Body realm. He didn't spend much time to rise from the 1st level to the 4th level Divine Body realm. It was all because of his powerful devouring ability, but he didn't think it was enough, although he was already very strong. However, if he wanted to help Ling Zhao, he needed to become stronger. While flipping through the information, he discovered the existence of the Devil Dragon Fire. 20 to 30,000 years ago, a huge lizard lived here. It had the blood of the great dragon in its body. Later on, a terrifying elemental demon appeared and attempted to obtain the dragon bloodline. Thus, the two sides fought here. This war lasted for over 100 years. In the end, no one won. Instead, it was to perish together. Thousands of years had passed since then. The dragon lizard's corpse gradually fused with the elemental demon. He had become the new monster. It was the demonic dragon fire. It possessed both the power of a dragon lizard and an elemental demon, making it extremely powerful. However, because it was only 100 years old, it was still in its infancy. He hadn't fully grown yet. Otherwise, its range of influence wouldn't be limited to a radius of 1,000 miles, but the entire Savage Beast region. The demonic dragon fire was growing day by day, and its area of influence was also increasing day by day. Even the Beast Emperor couldn't do anything about it. However, Xiao Jin believed that he could. It wasn't that he was conceited, but the books said that the Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus were the nemesis of this thing. However, Xiao Jin was the combination of the Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus. He needed to be powerful, and he also needed to do something for the Savage Beast region. Thus, the demonic dragonfire became his target. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely be there on the day of the heroes' gathering. At that time, I will give you a big surprise. Xiao Jin continued to walk towards the flaming demon mountain as he spoke. With every step he took, he could feel the demonic dragon fire roaring furiously from the depths of the mountain. The flame that was originally only a foot tall suddenly grew to more than 10 feet tall. It pounced towards Xiao Jin crazily, wanting to burn him completely. Complete destruction. Xiao Jin sneered. Since he was here, he naturally wouldn't choose to leave before he finished his task. This guy wanted to scare him? No way. Even this temperature was unbearable for divine physique realm martial artists. It could even burn martial artists below the 3rd level of the divine physique realm to ashes. However, Xiao Jin still had no intention of retreating. The demonic dragon fire would either become a part of his power or be destroyed. Moreover, the higher the temperature, the more comfortable Xiao Jin felt. He was the Golden Crow. In this world, no flame's temperature could be higher than Qi Yang's. Therefore, there was no warmth that Xiao Jin feared. Little guy, you can either become my power, and I can let your consciousness continue to exist. Otherwise, you can wait to be destroyed. Xiao Jin's speed suddenly increased, and he turned into a golden light that charged towards the flaming demon mountain. The flames became even more frenzied. There was even a large amount of lava. Perhaps the demonic dragon fire thought that flames couldn't burn Xiao Jin, so it wanted to drown him with lava. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin transformed into his true form. The huge golden crow ignored the lava. As long as it got close to him, the lava would be dispersed by the golden light. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin had already reached the deepest part of the flaming demon mountain. He didn't see any corpses along the way. He only saw some Dharma treasures. These Dharma treasures were all Emperor weapons with 7 dragon patterns and above. The corpses would have been melted long ago. Only monarch weapons of this level could be preserved. However, they were all damaged. It could be seen how terrifying the temperature was. The flaming demon mountain was actually a volcano. The huge volcano kept spewing out lava. The lava turned into fire dragons that kept pouncing on Xiao Jin, wanting to shoot him down. Roar! After failing to take down Xiao Jin for a long time, the demonic dragon fire finally couldn't hold back anymore. It crawled out of the volcano. It was dozens of meters long, and its entire body was burning with black flames. It was like an incomparably huge dragon lizard. This demonic dragon fire had occupied this place for hundreds of years. Whether it was the beast emperor, the saintess, or the dragon shaman, they had all come here in an attempt to kill or subdue it. Unfortunately, it was useless. However, today, a brat at the 4th level of the divine body realm came. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be afraid. But in fact, when it looked at Xiao Jin, it felt its body trembling. Such a huge golden crow was simply its natural nemesis. Its gigantic golden body dyed, the entire sky golden. It was as if the sun had descended on the world. The terrifyingly high temperature actually made the demonic dragon fire feel uncomfortable. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic dragon fire felt the aura of the devouring demon fetus on this golden crow. 2 nemeses appeared on the same opponent at the same time. What a sad thing this was. For a moment, the demonic dragon fire even thought of giving up. Chapter 48, 67. The fusion of the golden crow and the devouring demon fetus became an illogical existence under the laws set by the king of sovereigns. In this world, apart from Ling Xiao and the true dragon race, no one had more potential than Xiao Jin. His existence was simply breaking the rules. Even the demonic dragon fire felt a brief moment of despair. But it was still a monster born from 2 terrifying existences 10,000 years ago. It had the dignity of a monster. It couldn't just admit defeat like this. It opened its bloody mouth and waved its huge claws at Xiao Jin. The crazy black flames engulfed Xiao Jin, wanting to completely destroy him. Water countered fire, but if the fire was strong enough, it could also completely evaporate water. Perhaps the demonic dragon fire had such thoughts. Although it was only born 100 years ago, it had been nurtured for thousands of years, and it had gathered the power of 2 terrifying monsters 10,000 years ago. It believed that it would be stronger than this golden crow. Stubborn fellow, since you don't want to submit to me, then be completely destroyed. Xiao Jin looked coldly at the demonic dragon fire. His entire body released a bright golden light. This terrifying golden light instantly enveloped the demonic dragon fire. It easily suppressed the demonic dragon fire's attack. At that moment, the demonic dragon fire felt fear. When that light shone on its body, it actually began to melt its body. Roar! The demonic dragon fire roared desperately, trying to escape. But it was useless. It could even feel its power being rapidly devoured and disappearing. It became weaker and weaker. Finally, the golden light dissipated. The demonic dragon fire completely disappeared from this world. Xiao Jin could feel that there was a terrifying power in his body. This power made him very excited. As the demonic dragon fire was completely devoured, the flames around the flaming demon mountain were quickly extinguished. Although the wasteland was still wasteland, it wouldn't be long before this place would be covered with green vegetation. It would become a place suitable for living creatures to live. At this moment, Xiao Jin was floating in the air. Half of his body was gold, the other half was black. The two types of energy were crazily fusing. I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. Looks like Boss really gave me a nearly perfect body. Every time Xiao Jin devoured energy to increase his strength, he would think of Ling Xiao. Because if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have died long ago. It was impossible for him to achieve what he had today. This was the reason why he had always followed Ling Xiao and worked for Ling Xiao. After devouring, it was time for absorption. This was not a difficult task, because this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. To him, it was a walk in the park. I believe that as long as I completely absorb this energy, my cultivation will advance to the 5th level of the divine physique stage. At that time, even the Beast Emperor might not be my match. Boss, I can help you even more now. A joyful expression appeared on his face as he focused on absorbing and fusing the energy. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. If he was too anxious, he would really go crazy. Although he was really anxious to help Ling Xiao, he was afraid that his boss would do something stupid because of impulsiveness. Yet, he couldn't help it all. Especially after news of what had happened in the chaotic desert, he became even more worried. Boss was a crazy guy. Sometimes when he did something, he really had to risk his life. He felt that if there was anything he regretted, it would be not being by Boss's side when he was risking his life. Cold Plum and Ling Xiao had already sent a message saying that they were going to help. Those two guys had successfully obtained the inheritance and became extremely powerful. He couldn't fall behind. So this time, even though the Beast Emperor strongly objected, he still came here secretly. He wanted to become stronger regardless of the cost. The energy belonging to the Devil Dragon Fire was constantly being absorbed and transformed into the Golden Crow's divine origin. As the divine origin continued to accumulate, Little Gold also felt that his cultivation was about to break through. This feeling was very obvious. Speaking of which, it was quite mysterious. Among the few young people that Ling Xiao brought out, Cold Plum became the saintess of the Saintess Palace. Ling Xiao became the temple master of the Divine Dragon Palace. As for him, he became the first prince of the Beast Palace, although he was still a distance away from the Beast Emperor. But he had already achieved success. It was said that Ling Xiao's sister, Ling Jiaojiao, had also inherited the position of the Heavenly Demon Ghost Palace Master. Although it was just a rumor, it should be true. In the past, it was Ling Xiao who helped them. Now, it was time for them to help Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would not neglect it. This was not a promise, nor was it an oath. To them, helping Boss, helping Big Brother, and helping Master, that was a matter of course. It was as normal as eating, drinking, and cultivating. While Little Gold was desperately improving his strength, Ling Xiao was naturally not idle. After familiarizing himself with the 3-word style, he began to comprehend the 4-word style. The 4-word style could release 4 sword lights at once, and its power was 10 times that of the 3-word style. on the basis of improving his cultivation if he could successfully cultivate the forward style. That would undoubtedly be a great improvement for him. After 2 days of hard work, he finally comprehended the forward style. Then he sneaked into the two family and fought with the two families' experts. That battle was extremely shocking. It caused the God-defying technique to improve in all aspects. The one-word style and two-word style had been upgraded to perfection. The three-word style had also been cultivated to perfection. Although the four-word style was only at the initial level, its power was the greatest. In addition, Ling Xiao also discovered something interesting. When the void-shattering finger and the God-defying art were used at the same time, it would produce an extremely strange effect, manipulating space, making the sword light shoot out from a position that the enemy could not imagine. It was simply unstoppable. The poor two families experts were humiliated, but they did not even know who their opponent was. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared and disappeared. It was as if he was a ghost. After returning to Yu Qiushui's residence, he temporarily put the God-defying art aside. He began to study the cosmic light divine fist. To be honest, if he could improve the cosmic light divine fist by one level, the benefits would probably be much greater than the forward style. The law of time was the hardest law to control. It was much harder than the law of space. Space was only three-dimensional, but time was four-dimensional. Although a lot of time was wasted, but Ling Xiao never gave up. He always believed that he could master the second and third level of the cosmic light divine fist. If he could master it, it would be a qualitative leap. After all, time only stopped for a moment, at most 3 seconds. Of course, that was only for now. It was rumored that if a king of sovereigns wanted time to stop, time could stop for decades, or even centuries. Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak and could not reach the king of sovereigns level. This was only the first level of the cosmic light divine fist. The second level of the cosmic light divine fist time reversal was to let time go back to the past. In other words, everything that had happened could be changed. It was more terrifying than time stopping. Chapter 48:68. The third level was even more powerful, controlling the future. Controlling one's own future, controlling the future of others. This was simply an invincible existence. Of course, Ling Xiao believed that there would be many restrictions. But even so, it was still very powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to comprehend it. His goal was very simple, which was to raise his cultivation to the second level of the divine body realm at the hero's gathering. He would have a preliminary grasp of the second level of the cosmic light divine fist. Only then would he be more confident when facing the Eternal Emperor. His opponent now wasn't some random genius. It was the Eternal Emperor, the strongest existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even if he couldn't defeat him alone, he had to join forces with the Golden Emperor to suppress the Eternal Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to marry Yu Fanghua openly. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Ling Xiao just sat there, forgetting everything around him. He even forgot about the hero's gathering. He forgot about the Eternal Emperor. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. Anyway, when the day came, Yu Qiushui would inform him. He definitely wouldn't miss it, so there was no need to worry about this. The cultivation of the cosmic light divine fist didn't have any guidance. There was only that kind of concept. It was all up to him to comprehend and think creatively. This showed how difficult it was. If Ling Xiao's comprehension wasn't high enough, if Ling Xiao didn't have the sky tyrant martial soul, maybe he really couldn't do it. Fortunately, he already had the foundation. Being able to stop time meant that he already had the power to control time. Now, he only needed to rewind time by 3 seconds. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a mysterious, ethereal state. It was as if he was in the river of time, watching time pass by him, and gradually comprehending something. At the same time, the Beast Palace was celebrating something. Their golden prince had returned from the flaming demon mountain. Not only did he kill the monsters in the flaming demon mountain, but his cultivation also broke through to the 5th level of the divine body realm. And once he broke through, he was at the peak. He directly reached the 5th level of the divine body realm. This was definitely something worth celebrating, because the Beast Palace had never had such a genius, and Little Gold did it. The Beast Emperor personally came to hold a celebration for Little Gold. The 7 supreme Beast Kings of the Beast Palace also joined in: Platinum Tiger King, Nine-Tailed Fox King, Golden Lion King, Unicorn Wolf King, Iron-Winged Eagle King, Golden-Winged Rock King, and Rainbow Snake King. Every single one of them was an expert at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Each and every one of them was the strongest fighting force of the Beast Imperial Palace. Of course, other than the 7 supreme kings, the experts of the other clans also came to congratulate him. Even Saintess Coldplum and Divine Dragon Palace Master Ling Xiao personally came to celebrate. The 2 of them had originally planned to leave for the Immortal Palace the day after tomorrow, but after hearing the good news from Xiao Jin, they naturally came to congratulate him. After all, they were Ling Xiao's close comrades. They were even good friends. Beside the Beast Emperor was a seat that belonged to the first prince. The first prince's position in the Beast Imperial Palace was equivalent to the Golden Sovereign of the Golden Sky region, and today, this position belonged to Xiao Jin. In the past, Xiao Jin was just an ordinary prince. This was because the Beast Emperor would usually choose 10 princes. Everyone was fighting for the position of the first prince, below one person and above everyone else. Even the 7 supreme Beast Kings were inferior to him. Today, which was 7 days away from the heroes' gathering, Xiao Jin did another shocking thing. He made those who were unconvinced of him shut their mouths completely. He became the youngest divine physique echelon expert in the history of the Beast Imperial Palace. He was even more terrifying than the Beast Emperor and the Dragon Shaman. One had to know that every breakthrough in the divine physique echelon was relatively difficult. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few decades to break through once. Moreover, one had to be talented. Without talent, one might not have a chance in their entire life. However, Xiao Jin made consecutive breakthroughs in a short month, which made everyone gasp in amazement. In the past, countless Beast Clan martial artists looked down on Xiao Jin, thinking that he was someone who came out of nowhere. However, in the past month, the situation had changed. Xiao Jin suddenly became the idol of the Beast Imperial Palace. Together with Divine Dragon Palace Master Ling Xiao and Saintess Coldplum, they were hailed as the 3 future stars of the Savage Beast region. Everyone of the younger generation saw them as idols and worshipped them crazily. Breakthroughs were easier than expected. About 2 days ago, Xiao Jin completely absorbed the power of the Devil Dragon Fire on the flaming demon mountain. That was how his strength improved today. He thought that he was fully prepared to fight for his boss. Golden Prince. Golden Prince. The moment Xiao Jin appeared, the entire place was in an uproar. Countless young Beast Clan martial artists shouted crazily. They worshipped Xiao Jin as if he was a god. In a sense, even the Beast Emperor's prestige was a little inferior to Xiao Jin's. The older generation martial artists were still okay. However, the younger generation martial artists obviously worshipped Xiao Jin more. The Beast Emperor didn't usually show up, and the 7 supreme kings usually took care of the Beast Imperial Palace. However, the Beast Emperor still showed up for today's event. The majestic beast emperor sat on the throne. He smiled and looked at Xiao Jin. If he had to say what was the most praiseworthy achievement in the past few years, it would be discovering a genius like Xiao Jin. He felt extremely proud. Xiao Jin, come, sit beside me. The beast emperor grabbed Xiao Jin's hand and pulled him to his side. He said excitedly, "Our savage beast region has always been suppressed by the eternal emperor region and the heaven's sacred ground. Now that the three great geniuses have appeared, the savage beast region will definitely become the true overlord of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If the eternal emperor wants to be the alliance leader, he will have to ask for my permission." Beast emperor, alliance leader, alliance leader. Thunderous roars came from below. Who didn't want their sovereign to become the alliance leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? No one wanted to be someone else's subordinate. After all, it involved a lot of benefits. Although the savage beast region had 3 sovereigns and 7 sovereign beast kings, the savage beast region didn't have many sovereigns. Their overall numbers were obviously more than the eternal emperor region. However, in terms of quality, they were inferior. The eternal emperor alone was enough to suppress them all. As for the heaven's sacred ground, they had 12 powerful golden sage martial artists. Their strength was on par with supreme kings. In terms of numbers, they outnumbered the savage beast region. Hence, the savage beast region could only barely rank 3rd. Even their 3rd place wasn't very stable. After all, the Golden Emperor's strength was still unknown. The Inferno astral region had a powerful existence that had retired. This made the Inferno astral region a force that could compete for 3rd place. Retiring didn't mean that he was dead. If the Inferno astral region encountered a major problem, he would still come out. For example, this time, the Inferno astral lord was killed. This reclusive expert was bound to come out into the world. The savage beast region was going to face a lot of challenges. Hence, the rise of Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Cold Plum gave them hope. They had suddenly gained 3 powerful emperors. Their strength had increased greatly. Chapter 48, 69. As his strength increased, so did his ambition. The beast emperor didn't intend to fight for the position of alliance leader. But now he had the same idea. "I advise you not to fight for the position of alliance leader." A voice suddenly rang out, giving everyone a fright. They looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was the Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Long Chen. What do you mean by that? Does the dragon shaman intend to fight for the position of alliance leader? If that's what he wants, I can give it to him. The beast emperor knew very well that he was no match for the dragon shaman. He just wanted to fight for the position of alliance leader for the savage beast region. "No," Longchen said calmly. "The alliance leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds can only be my big brother, Ling Xiao. No one can take it away. You can't, and the eternal emperor can't either." When he said this, it immediately caused an uproar. This was the savage beast region, the territory of the savage beast race. How could they be satisfied with Long Chen speaking up for a human? But so, what if they were dissatisfied? Long Chen's strength was no less than the beast emperor's. He didn't care about their opinions. Although he was in the savage beast region, his heart belonged to the heavenly empire. When he was forcefully brought here, it was because of his hard work that he achieved what he had today. He was grateful to the Divine Dragon Palace, so he didn't intend to pursue the matter of the Divine Dragon Palace humiliating him. But he had a clear idea about the position of alliance leader. That's right. The alliance leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds can only be my master, Ling Xiao. The saintess of the Saintess Palace, Cold Plum, also spoke. If she had said this before, Many people in the Saintess Palace would have objected. But it was different now. The Saintess Palace was completely under her control. She meant what she said. The Beast Emperor's expression was gloomy. He wanted to fly into a rage, but he suppressed it in the end. He didn't have the guts to become enemies with the Saintess Palace and the Divine Dragon Palace. The Beast Emperor gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, the Divine Dragon Palace and the Saintess Palace can support whoever you want, but I'm afraid you can't expect the Beast Palace to do the same. Dizun, please support my boss, Ling Xiao." At that moment, Xiao Jin spoke up. "My big brother is the Alliance head, as expected of the Savage Beast region's martial practitioners." If Long Chun and Cold Plum were the only ones who said that, the Beast Emperor was only angry, but when Xiao Jin said the same thing, he was extremely disappointed. "Little Gold, I have treated you well. The Beast Imperial Palace has treated you well. How can you do this?" The Beast Emperor roared furiously. "Ancestor, you must be joking. My achievements today are all due to my own hard work. You have never given me any favoritism or special treatment. Even the resources were not biased towards me. I've been in danger a few times, but you've never cared. I relied on my tenacity and hard work to survive, and successfully became the first prince. Without you, I can still achieve what I have today. Let's talk about the Beast Imperial Palace. If I hadn't reached this level of cultivation today, most of you would still be looking at me with disgust and disdain. Don't flatter yourself. It's disgusting." Xiao Jin said calmly, "Of course. After all, I've lived in the Beast Palace for such a long time. I still have some feelings for it. So, if the Beast Imperial Palace is in any trouble, I will naturally help. But if you're trying to influence my thoughts, then don't waste your energy. Long Chun, and Cold Plum are the same. We all support Ling Xiao to become the Alliance Chief." What nonsense! The Beast Emperor was furious. He couldn't control Long Chun or Lung Mei, but could it be that he couldn't even control his first prince? His voice caused the entire place to fall silent. No one present had seen the Beast Emperor angry in a long time. After all, the Beast Emperor didn't show his face often. His angry roar reverberated in the air. Many martial artists' hearts trembled slightly. Today was supposed to be a joyous day for the Beast Imperial Palace. No one had expected that the first prince and the Beast Emperor would have a disagreement. "Haha, I'm a bastard just because I don't listen to you?" Xiao Jin said mockingly. "Forget it. Today, I will resign from my position as the first prince. I will leave the Beast Imperial Palace. From now on, we will be strangers." Xiao Jin felt that he had done all he could. The Beast Imperial Palace did not give him any special treatment. He could achieve what he had today partly because of the Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus body that Ling Xiao had given him. Another reason was that the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns had died and withered away, and that was also given to him by Ling Xiao. Whether in the past or now, Ling Xiao had helped him far more than the Beast Imperial Palace. Instead, he had done too many things for the Beast Imperial Palace during this period of time. He had made great contributions, not to mention other things. Just the removal of the threat of the flaming demon mountain was enough for him to surpass the current Beast Emperor. Many people were stunned when they heard that Xiao Jin was resigning from his position as the first prince. This position was something that countless Beast Clan martial artists fought desperately for. But Xiao Jin was willing to give it up for a human. Was that human really that important to him? What a fool! The Beast Emperor was completely enraged. His terrifying aura rippled in the air. His angry roar sounded again. "Xiao Jin, don't forget your identity. You're just a Beast Clan martial artist in the end, not a human martial artist. Over there, You're just an exception. Get this straight. You represent the entire Beast Imperial Palace. If you resign from your position as the first prince for a human, how many people will laugh at you? Beast Imperial Palace will be laughed at by you. I won't allow that. Unless you want to start a war with me. So what if I start a war with you? Do you think I'm afraid of you now? Xiao Jin looked coldly at the Beast Emperor. I'm resigning because I'm giving you face. I also don't want my actions to affect the Beast Imperial Palace and the Savage Beast region. By resigning from my position as the first prince, everything I do is my own choice and my own actions. You don't even understand this. What right do you have to discipline me? I've had enough of you ordering me around. What do you think you are? What right do you have to control someone else's fate? First Prince, you've gone too far. A cold voice came from below. It was the golden-winged Rock King. Shut up. What right do you have to scold me? Xiao Jin looked angrily at the golden-winged Rock King. When I first came to the Beast Imperial Palace, you humiliated me in every possible way. You even tried to kill me many times. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. I haven't settled this grudge with you yet. How dare you meddle in my affairs? You want to die? The golden-winged Rock King was the most powerful of the 7 Beast Kings. He was also the most powerful one. Back then, he tortured Xiao Jin quite a bit. Fortunately, Xiao Jin had survived. Back then, Xiao Jin had sworn that he would definitely take revenge. This time, in order to help Ling Xiao, he'd even temporarily cast his revenge aside. But this golden-winged Rock King clearly didn't know what was good for him. How dare he scold him? Chapter 4870. Dizun, please allow me to teach this disobedient junior a lesson. The golden-winged Rock King was enraged by Little Gold's words. He stood up, and his anger continued to spew out of him. Sure, the Beast Emperor nodded. The golden-winged rocks were a very special tribe in the Savage Beast region. There were no more than 1,000 people in the tribe. However, they were born as Divine Body Realm experts. The golden-winged Rock King was the strongest existence in this tribe. Some people even suspected that his strength was on par with the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor had to rely on the Dizun's treasure to defeat the golden-winged Rock King. Although Little Gold was very strong, he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. He was no match for the golden-winged Rock King. Many beast race cultivators thought that Little Gold was too eager to help Ling Xiao, which was why she did such an outrageous thing. He said some unbelievable things. He would soon pay for his rashness. The first prince's power was indeed above the 7 supreme beast kings. However, in terms of strength, the 7 supreme beast kings were still superior. Kid, I didn't kill you in the past because I saw that you were talented. You could work for the Beast Palace. Do you really think I can't kill you? The golden-winged Rock King sneered. In the past, he had never personally dealt with Little Gold because he felt that there was no need. However, the experts he sent were all killed by Little Gold. This finally made him realize how terrifying Little Gold's growth was. In fact, the reason why Xiao Jin was able to successfully sneak into the Flaming Devil Mountain was because he had deliberately let it go. He hoped that the Flaming Demon Mountain would become Little Gold's burial ground. Unfortunately, his wish was shattered. Not only did Little Gold not die, but he also broke through. This might be the last chance to kill Little Gold. If he missed it, he would probably be trampled under this little guy's feet forever. He was definitely unwilling. You can kill me. Unfortunately, you missed the best opportunity to kill me. Little Gold looked at the golden-winged Rock King and smiled faintly. Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish. It's a good opportunity to take revenge. At that time, with you and the Beast Emperor protecting me, I couldn't even kill those who tried to harm me. However, Today, neither you nor the Beast Emperor can protect them anymore. If you don't want me to resign, fine. Today, I will become the Beast Emperor of the Beast Palace. No one can stop me." The crowd was at a loss for words. Xiao Jin had never done anything wrong to the savage beast region. On the contrary, he had made countless contributions. However, he was targeted and was surrounded by danger several times. Thinking about it carefully, they were the ones who had let Little Gold down. Today, Xiao Jin only wanted to help his friend. They were still cruelly stopped. No wonder Xiao Jin was angry. Although they understood this point, they were still willing to support the golden-winged Rock King. After all, they were savage beasts, but Little Gold recognized a human as its boss. This was unacceptable to them. However, regardless of whether they accepted it or not, the Beast Imperial Palace had always had a rule that was completely different from the human world. The Beast Emperor was not chosen, but fought. The strongest warrior in the Savage Beast region could become a Beast Emperor. If Xiao Jin defeated the Golden-Winged Rock King, then he would be able to replace the Golden-Winged Rock King as the Supreme Beast King. If he defeated the Beast Emperor, he would become the new Beast Emperor. No one could stop him, and no one could oppose him. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Beast warriors valued their ancestral teachings very much. The battle was about to begin. Everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. However, they couldn't stop this battle. Long Chun and Cold Plum looked at each other. Keep an eye on the Beast Emperor and the other Supreme Beast Kings. Don't let them interfere with Xiao Jin's battle. Cold Plum said, "Understood." Long Chun nodded. They believed that Xiao Jin could defeat the Golden-Winged Rock King, but they couldn't allow anyone to interfere. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The Golden-Winged Rock King and Xiao Jin both rose into the air. Their divine essence was golden in color. They dyed the entire sky gold. As the terrifying aura descended, countless beast race cultivators trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Jin looked coldly at the Golden-Winged Rock King. In order to escape this cage as soon as possible, in order to help Ling Xiao better. No matter what, this Golden-Winged Rock King had to be defeated. He wanted to help alone, but now he changed his mind. He wanted the entire Beast Imperial Palace to support Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had to become a Beast Emperor first. Defeating the Golden-Winged Rock King was only the first step. At the same time, Ling Xiao's cultivation also entered a critical moment. Every minute, every second, he could absorb some useful information from the River of Time, even though this information was still very scattered. However, he believed that when this information accumulated enough, it would definitely transform into a qualitative change. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. From a quantitative change to a qualitative change, it wasn't a problem that could be solved just by sitting there and cultivating. He needed to fight. He needed to transform this quantitative change into a qualitative change in battle. On this day, he left Yu Qiushui's residence and walked on the streets of the Eternal Palace. Suddenly, he realized that many warriors were rushing in the same direction. He couldn't help but ask. One of them smiled and said, "Don't you know? Prince Yuehua is going to marry Miss Yao, of the Tu family. Before that, he's going to recruit a new batch of guards. They're going to protect Miss Yao, These people are going to compete for the position of guard. It's just a guard position. Is there a need to go so far?" Ling Xiao didn't understand. "What do you know? If it's an ordinary guard, it's fine. This is Prince Yuehua's guard. He will definitely get the best cultivation resources and the greatest benefits. Once he becomes a guard, it's equivalent to soaring." That person glanced at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, "I see. Ling Xiao didn't argue either. To the Eternal Palace warriors, becoming Prince Yuehua's guard was indeed the key to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Prince Yuehua is our Eternal Palace's #1 genius now. He's just over 50 years old and is already a 4th-level divine body realm powerhouse. If he continues to cultivate at this pace, it's only a matter of time before he inherits the position of emperor. Someone at the side came over and said, "This group of people was really talkative." Sigh. If not for Wang Tianming being killed by someone, his future achievements would probably surpass Prince Yuehua's. Isn't that so? It's all that Ling Xiao's fault. He used a sinister and despicable method to harm young master Wang Tianming. Let's not talk about this anymore. That Ling Xiao, Prince Yuehua, will be crippled sooner or later. He even wants to marry our Eternal Palace's Princess Fang Hua. It's simply wishful thinking. What kind of person is Princess Fang Hua? Not only is she peerlessly beautiful, but she's also extraordinarily talented. If she's a man, she's probably even stronger than Prince Yuehua. What are you guys still talking about? It's almost late. Hurry up and go. Someone in front shouted. Ling Xiao followed the crowd and also planned to watch the show. He had never seen this Prince Yuehua before. Chapter 48-71. Brothers, I heard that Ling Xiao is very powerful. He was the one who killed Wang Quan and Tianming back then. It's said that he's the Golden Emperor of the Golden City. Compared to him, Prince Yuehua is probably not good enough. Ling Xiao said as he walked with them. Who are you on? One of them said, angrily, Of course I'm on the Eternal Palace's side, but we can't underestimate the enemy. There's a price to pay for underestimating the enemy. Ling Xiao said seriously, Actually, I think this little brother is right. Ling Xiao's reputation had been on the rise recently. The 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Palace went to the chaotic Sand Sea to try to take back Princess Fang Hua. In the end, they couldn't do anything to that kid. I heard that kid even killed several emperors. The most terrifying thing is that he even broke Lotus Flower's blood-red demon eye. Someone said in a low voice, Bullshit, rumors, those are all rumors. The Golden City just wants to create a genius. Actually, those deeds were all done by the Golden Emperor. He just gave the credit to Ling Xiao. If that Ling Xiao really dares to appear, he'll definitely be trampled under the feet of our Yuehua Crown Prince. Humph, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to come to the Eternal Palace. Most people weren't so rational. They strongly objected to Ling Xiao's words. He. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't argue. In fact, this was a good thing for him. The more others looked down on him, the more he could seize the opportunity. Because there were too many people, it took more than an hour for them to arrive at the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince's residence was also outside the Eternal Tower, but it was closer to the Eternal Tower than the 4 Supreme Kings' residences. It had to be said that Yuehua Crown Prince's reputation was really high. He had only recruited a few guards, but over 1 million cultivators had come. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he wouldn't be able to estimate how many people there were. It was really too terrifying. Fortunately, the Eternal Palace was big enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to accommodate so many people. Both the sky and the ground were completely filled with them. They were so densely packed that it was as if a swarm of ants had surrounded the area. Many people couldn't even squeeze in. Fortunately, they were all martial artists. Although their vision was not as good as Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, they could still see further than ordinary people. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to see him. Ling Xiao used the holy ground devil shadow to blend into the crowd and arrived at the innermost level. From afar, one could see Prince Yuehua sitting on a spacious and comfortable chair. The chair floated in the air. Naturally, he exuded the domineering aura of a king, as expected of the eternal emperor's son. Not only did he imitate her appearance, he even learned a little of her disposition and grace. More than 1 million people and a large number of martial artists continued to gather. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Clearly, Crown Prince Yuehua's influence in the Eternal Emperor region was extremely great. At least among the younger generation, he was definitely the idol of countless people. Quiet! Crown Prince Yuehua gently waved his right hand, and the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone, the reason why I've called you here today is naturally to select 4 guards. In the future, you will be the guards of my wife, Tu Yao. Enough chit-chat. Start immediately. There were various rules for this selection. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested. Hence, he just started cultivating on the spot. Until the selection ended, 4 hours had passed. In these 4 hours, Ling Xiao's understanding of the cosmic light divine fist had improved by another step. Perhaps because the enemy was right in front of him, the pressure made him even more motivated. This Crown Prince Yuehua was very strong. To be honest, it was very difficult for him to defeat him with his own strength. That was why he felt pressure and motivation. I really didn't make a mistake this time. Ling Xiao smiled and looked coldly at Crown Prince Yuehua. He didn't expect Crown Prince Yuehua to not care about Tu Yao's innocence. However, thinking about it carefully, Crown Prince Yuehua didn't like Tu Yao at all. He purely wanted the support of the Tu clan. Whether Tu Yao was innocent or not, what was the difference? Even if she was really defiled, who would dare to gossip? Your Highness, in 7 days, the Overlord will become the leader of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Then, you will be the Crown Prince of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Let me congratulate you first. One of the selected guards flattered. He really knew how to talk. That day will be the day that our Eternal Emperor domain will truly rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Countless people cheered. Crown Prince Yuehua smiled proudly. Compared to being the Crown Prince of the Eternal Palace, he naturally wanted to be the Crown Prince of the 4 regions and 9 worlds more. That feeling was really not bad. Well said. You are all martial artists of the Eternal Emperor domain. After that day, you will become the most powerful martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What Heaven's Sacred Ground, Savage Beast region, Golden Sky region, all of them will have to wag their tails and beg for mercy in front of us. Lotus Flower is nothing. As long as the Overlord makes a move, killing him will be like slaughtering a dog. Crown Prince Yuehua was getting a little carried away. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. That cold aura made his heart tremble. Who is it? He raised his head to look at the sky. A person stood there, dressed in black and masked. He exuded the aura of death. Naturally, it was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that fighting with Crown Prince Yuehua might be able to improve both his cultivation and mystiques. At the same time, outside the Beast Palace in the Savage Beast region, a golden-winged roc spread its wings, which were at least 100 meters wide. Opposite, it was a golden crow that was burning with golden flames. They were about the same size. The golden-winged roc king had already changed back to his original form. Savage beasts usually like to fight in their original form. Little Gold also changed back to her original form. The 2 huge golden birds seemed to cover the sky. They made the gradually darkening sky as bright as day. Both sides were proficient in fighting in the sky. Who exactly was the Overlord of the sky? He believed that after this battle, the answer would be revealed. many people were looking at Little Gold. In terms of cultivation, the golden-winged rock king was stronger than Little Gold. In terms of experience, the golden-winged rock king was still stronger than Little Gold. What was Little Gold going to rely on to win? Everyone knew that their golden prince was proficient in fighting above his level. However, when the golden-winged rock king was young, he often did such things. Apart from the Beast Emperor, the remaining 6 Beast Kings, Saintess Cold Plum and Divine Dragon Palace Master Longchun. The other beasts were already more than 1,000 meters away. No one dared to get too close. Otherwise, if they were affected by the battle, it would be very tragic. This wasn't just a battle. It was a challenge from a new powerhouse to the older generation. If Little Gold won, then he would have a future. He would have the right to fight the Beast Emperor. If he lost, then it would be troublesome. With the Beast Emperor's temper, he would definitely cripple Little Gold. No matter how talented a disobedient genius was, he wouldn't allow such a person to exist. Chapter 4872. The most terrifying thing about the golden-winged rock was its use of wind attribute power. As it flapped its wings, the wind raged between heaven and earth. It was as if it could tear everything apart. Xiao Jin was different from him. Xiao Jin was more proficient in fire and light attacks. His body was burning with golden flames. It was emitting a golden light. Its power was terrifying. In terms of aura, Xiao Jin didn't seem to be weaker than the golden-winged rock king. After all, Xiao Jin had the golden crow and the devouring demon fetus fused together. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he wouldn't lose in terms of aura. In the next moment, the battle suddenly erupted. Both sides collided for the first time with their huge beast bodies. There seemed to be a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. A golden crack appeared in the sky. All the beast race warriors were startled by this sudden development. Even the Beast Emperor was a little surprised, because in this collision, Xiao Jin was only at a slight disadvantage. Basically, it could be said that this was an evenly matched battle. Glorious Age. In the next moment, Xiao Jin activated his skill. His entire body emitted a golden light. It shot out densely. Almost half of the sky was occupied. This move could be said to be extremely powerful. This was a martial skill that Xiao Jin had only cultivated after his cultivation had increased. Now he was using it. Naturally, it was because he didn't dare to underestimate the golden-winged rock king. You have some skills, but what do you think your attack can do to me? The golden-winged rock king sneered. His wings flapped violently. Half of the sky was swept up by a gust of wind. The gust of wind raged. It collided with the tens of thousands of golden lights. It actually wrapped the golden lights in it and crazily tore and destroyed them. It was like a ferocious wind beast. The warriors of the Beast Palace watched this scene nervously. They couldn't tell who would win and who would lose. However, from the bottom of their hearts, they were already very impressed that Xiao Jin dared to challenge the golden-winged rock king. Of course, many people felt that Xiao Jin was overestimating himself. A supreme beast king is indeed a supreme beast king. The golden prince is still a little weak. Challenging him too early won't do him any good. Among the remaining 6 supreme beast kings, some felt sympathy and pity for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin didn't owe the Beast Palace anything. He just wanted to help his boss. You insisted on stopping him. No wonder he was angry. But Xiao Jin was too stubborn. Could it really be that it was a match for the golden-winged rock king? That's right. With his current strength, I'm afraid that other than the 7 of us and the Beast Emperor, no one else in the Beast Imperial Palace is a match for him. But a little bit was still a little bit of a difference. Against the golden-winged rock king, his chances of winning are too low. A bunch of self-righteous fellows, so noisy. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the sky. The gale that had been enveloped by the golden light was suddenly torn apart like a piece of cloth. At that moment, Xiao Jin transformed into his human form. Suddenly, he condensed his divine energy. A fist came crashing down from the sky. Evil Dragon Fire Seal. This punch contained the might of the demon dragon fire that he had just obtained. Together with the golden crow's body, he had completely merged the will of fire and the will of light into one. A terrifying demonic dragon fire phantom appeared in the sky. Like a huge burning dragon lizard, it pounced towards the golden-winged Rock King. This guy, he's actually able to use the power he just obtained so skillfully. How terrifying! The golden-winged Rock King completely stopped looking down on him. At the beginning, he really didn't take Xiao Jin seriously. But the battle had progressed to this point. Although they hadn't fought much, everyone could tell that if he wanted to win, he had to use all his skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win. Xiao Jin used his own strength to change everyone's opinion. Maybe he can really win. Yes, the Golden Prince is a genius who is even more outstanding than the Beast Emperor. If he dares to challenge the golden-winged Rock King, then he must be confident. I believe in him. Humph! In the sky, the golden-winged Rock King snorted coldly. He flapped his wings. Golden light shot out. A golden vortex formed in the sky. It fused with the will of gold and the will of wind to block Xiao Jin's brazen attack. The huge vortex not only had a strong repulsive ability, it also had a strong defensive ability, double protection. It could be seen how much the golden-winged Rock King valued Xiao Jin's attack. Boom! The terrifying dragon lizard collided with the vortex. The attacks of both sides actually didn't shatter. Instead, they began to enter a stalemate. Wind and fire, gold and light, 4 types of terrifying elemental willpower strangled together. It was extremely terrifying. Finally, the huge dragon lizard actually penetrated the shackles of the golden vortex. It collided with the golden-winged Rock King's body. At that moment, the golden-winged Rock King didn't have any reaction. Even if he had already thought highly of Xiao Jin, he still didn't expect Xiao Jin to be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. This time it was over. However, after being weakened by the golden vortex, the Devil Dragon Fire Seal didn't have much power. It didn't cause any damage to the golden-winged Rock King. However, just being hit made the golden-winged Rock King seem to have gone crazy. This was a disgrace. A huge disgrace. Ever since he became the golden-winged Rock King, he had never been injured by a warrior younger than him. This was the first time something like this had happened. Why are you so angry? There will be many more opportunities to be injured. Xiao Jin floated in the air and looked down at the golden-winged Rock King. His eyes were cold and mocking. The Golden Prince is too terrifying. The golden-winged Rock King is actually suppressed by him. Maybe the golden-winged Rock King will really lose. If the Golden Prince wins, then it will create another miracle. At least in the Savage Beast region, no one has ever done it before. Beast race warriors all worship the strong. Therefore, even if they wanted to support the golden-winged Rock King, after seeing Xiao Jin's powerful strength, they couldn't help but admire him. They still couldn't help but admire Xiao Jin. Kid, you're too arrogant. You only injured me once, and you're actually so impudent. Do you really think you can win? The golden-winged Rock King was furious. The humiliation made his eyes reveal a terrifying, murderous intent. Xiao Jin looked coldly at the golden-winged Rock King and laughed disdainfully. Ha, angry out of humiliation? It's no use. I'm already stronger than you. Even if you don't believe me, even if you're angry, it's meaningless. The current you is no longer my opponent. Therefore, you will pay the price for everything you've done in the past. Arrogant! The golden-winged Rock King suddenly charged at Xiao Jin. His speed was completely integrated with wind intent. He was as fast as the wind. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin was even faster. After all, Xiao Jin had integrated the will of light into his movement technique. After easily dodging the golden-winged Rock King's attack, Xiao Jin transformed into the Golden Crow again. He fought with the golden-winged Rock King. This time, their battle was more direct and simple. It was a fight of fists to the flesh. This was the beast race warrior's favorite way of fighting. Chapter 48, 73. The giant beasts collided in the sky. It was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. Countless people looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Their hearts were trembling desperately. Too shocking, too powerful. At this moment, many people could not recognize the direction of this battle. They were just enjoying the exciting battle, the collision of wind and fire. It was as if a volcano was erupting, brilliant beyond compare. In order not to affect the ground, the golden-winged Rock King and Xiao Jin both chose to fight in the sky. This way, the battle in the sky would be very lively, but the ground would not be damaged. It seemed that both sides still had feelings for the Beast Palace and did not want to destroy it easily. Until now, there had not been a situation where one side had suppressed the other. Therefore, neither side had fallen from the sky. But no one wanted to lose this battle, because if he lost, it could mean death. The golden-winged Rock King became more and more alarmed as he fought. His killing intent also became stronger and stronger. He knew that if he could not kill Xiao Jin today, there would be no chance in the future. Xiao Jin's growth was too fast. It was so fast that it was unacceptable. This was no longer a matter of face. It was a matter of life and death. It was the same for Xiao Jin. The anger and hatred that had accumulated for a long time exploded at this moment. He wanted to defeat the golden-winged Rock King, not only so that he could smoothly go to the Eternal Palace to help his boss. There was another reason. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the golden-winged Rock King. Boom! The two sides collided again. Then they were sent flying. In the sky, there was a terrifying sonic boom. The sound of flames and thunder exploding could be heard continuously. Fortunately, they didn't fall to the ground. Otherwise, a mountain would have been smashed to pieces. Kid, this battle should be over. Golden divine wings. Seeing that he could not take down Xiao Jin for a long time, the golden-winged Rock King finally used his Emperor weapon. Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. One had to know that in the entire Beast Palace, only the golden-winged Rock King and the Beast Emperor had 9 dragon patterns. No one had seen Xiao Jin's death, so no one knew. However, from this point, it could be seen how terrifying Lotus Flower was. He could actually give each of the 13 Ghost Kings a 9 dragon pattern Emperor weapon. Strength was one thing, but the increase in strength of treasures could not be underestimated. The moment the golden divine wings appeared, a sharp aura covered the entire sky. The martial artists watching the battle below were all shocked. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the pain of being cut by a blade. The golden-winged Rock King is using his last resort. Prince Xiao Jin is in trouble. Other than Cold Plum, no one else knew that Xiao Jin had a monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Therefore, when they saw the golden-winged Rock King take out that kind of magic treasure, they knew that Xiao Jin was doomed. Previously, when they didn't have Dharma treasures, the two sides could fight equally. Now that the golden-winged Rock King had taken out a treasure, the situation would be completely different. It was just as they had expected. After the golden-winged Rock King used his magic treasure, Xiao Jin had been dodging and defending. He couldn't get close to the golden-winged Rock King at all. Moreover, there were many wounds on his body. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The Golden Prince can't hold on any longer. Serves him right. Who told him to disobey the Beast Emperor's orders? It's just a pity for such a powerful talent. Some people didn't seem to have learned their lesson. The battle hadn't even reached the end, and they were already thinking about the end of the battle. He had already been slapped in the face several times. He really didn't know what pain was. This time, the speed of the slap in the face came very quickly. Xiao Jin's body suddenly released an aura of death. During this period of time, Xiao Jin had studied how to use the sword Death and Withering. He was actually not good at using swords, so he thought about it. According to the golden-winged Rock King's method of using it, he fused the power of death and withering into his wings. His wings were his magical treasures. An Emperor artifact level magic treasure with 9 dragon patterns. The moment the aura of death appeared, the golden-winged Rock King clearly felt danger. His advantage in magic treasures was naturally gone. Your ability is only SOSO. Then let the battle end. 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light. This was the trump card that Xiao Jin hadn't used before. The power of this golden light surpassed that of any magic treasure. The speed of this golden light was too fast. In an instant, it had already pierced through the golden-winged Rock King's body. The reason why he chose to use it at this time was that Xiao Jin had already confirmed that the golden-winged Rock King had no other methods. The success rate of using the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light would be higher. His calculation wasn't wrong. Although it wasn't as accurate as Ling Zhao's, he still achieved his goal. The moment the golden-winged Rock King was injured, Xiao Jin scurried over. The huge golden wings tore one side of the golden-winged Rock King's wings. Originally, as a divine body realm expert, the golden-winged Rock King had a strong recovery ability. However, anything that was touched by death and withering would be enveloped by the aura of death. Unable to recover, the golden-winged Rock King had no choice but to transform back into his human form. He was in a sorry state. I lost. Please let me go. The golden-winged Rock King cried out in fear. When the martial artists below heard such a voice, they couldn't help but be stunned. The Golden Prince had just displayed his true ability, and the golden-winged Rock King began to beg for mercy. How pitiful! However, Xiao Jin didn't intend to let the golden-winged Rock King go. He knew what kind of temper this guy had. If he let him go, it would definitely become a problem. Although he wouldn't care in the future, the golden-winged Rock King could do anything. After all, he didn't live for himself. He had friends and many like-minded comrades. He had to think for them. Go to hell. Xiao Jin didn't stop attacking. He wanted to kill the golden-winged Rock King completely. Enough. At this moment, the Beast Emperor moved. He definitely wouldn't allow Xiao Jin to kill the golden-winged Rock King under such circumstances. He wanted to make a move. Shameless guy. Are you going to interfere with other people's battle? A cold snort was heard. Long Chen appeared in front of the Beast Emperor. Get lost. The Beast Emperor roared and transformed into his beast form. It was actually a huge black bear. You're the one who should get lost. Long Chen transformed into a huge golden dragon and fought with the black bear. He had no intention of showing weakness at all. The beast race cultivators below were completely dumbfounded. This was too shocking, too inconceivable. Who would have thought that the 3 little guys who were looked down on back then would have grown to such an extent? Die! The moment of obstruction gave Xiao Jin a chance. The golden light of the 9 underworlds exploded again. It completely killed the golden-winged Rock King. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Even the battle between Long Chun and the Beast Emperor stopped. The Beast Emperor originally wanted to save the golden-winged Rock King. Now that the golden-winged Rock King was dead, his actions were completely meaningless. Below, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Xiao Jin was too strong. He was really too strong. They had thought that this would be a long battle. Some people even thought that when the golden-winged Rock King took out his magic treasure, Xiao Jin would be defeated. But the development of things was incomprehensible.